Hey, welcome to another episode of Midnight Quest, where tonight we will be continuing the hero's journey to solve the mystery of the Talisman of Lore. We get ever closer. We are finally getting some answers to what is going on, and all of you who were here in the last quest know that Tiaga, I've got Gromina on the mind, Tiaga now has a stupid roll that she has to do at the beginning of every single one of her turns to determine if she gets hurt, and if she happens to die, which she did in the last quest, really she just gets knocked unconscious for the rest of the quest, which she will likely be doing a whole lot of over the course of the next several quests. Gohan says, don't we all have Gromina on the mind? Gromina is life. Yes, 100%. You guys will have to keep an eye on the emotes, the custom emotes. If you're a subscriber to Midnight Quest, I have also submitted a Muppet Gromina emote that will hopefully appear at some point during the stream tonight. We will see. And you guys, oh man, you guys are crazy. I love it. Cody's on a 25 stream streak. Gohan's on a 35 stream streak. That is amazing, guys. Thank you so much for that. Always love to see that. That is awesome. We're going to have to figure out some sort of greetings from the void, or greetings to the voidlings or something at the beginning now. Now that we're starting to establish more lore regarding the void and who you guys in the chat are. We got to get that figured out. Tonight, we are going to be following a group of heroes as they seek out Telor's tomb. Now, Telor... Cody, you just totally derailed me. That's amazing. 1 second, because I'm going to acknowledge that. Telor was the original wizard who helped defeat Zargon in the first war, sending him running across the Sea of Claws. Now, at some point between then and now, Telor passed away, and our current heroes are going to visit his tomb to seek an audience with his spirit about what to do now that they know that the dread spirit of Melar is in the Talisman of Lore, which is stuck on Tiaga. So that is what we are doing today. Now, today is going to be a little bit of a return to the way we were doing it as far as picking the heroes and all that stuff. Didn't get a chance to do it beforehand. Gotta get the sneezing emote in there, absolutely. Didn't get a chance to do it beforehand, and to be totally honest with you, I'm still completely on the fence about whether or not to do it before we get started. I still haven't decided which one I like better. We will for sure figure out a way to do that best as we go. Cody says, orc voice, please. That is amazing. You know, I am 100% confident that that purple voice-changing pedal, the Digitech pedal that we had, is still at the studio somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I'm sure we still have it. We don't ever throw anything away. I'm gonna have to get Dad to record me a custom Uruk and High thing to play at the beginning of an episode as a surprise. Nobody will get it but us, but it'll be hilarious anyway. Okay, well, let's dig in and get some heroes chosen for this quest, get everything set up so that we can get into the quest. Cody said, even if it's not, you could change the format or something. Oh, 100%, yeah. Yep, 100%. Easy pitch shift. It'd be pretty funny. All right. Boy, we haven't done this spiel for a little while. Regular viewers of the channel know, but just in case you are new here, we have 13 heroes currently in the ranks, but only 4 can go on a quest at a time. So we have these Beatles cards here, which line up to a character randomizer chart behind me, so that we can randomly choose 4 heroes to go on each quest, and they all get about an even number of quests they get to go on. Now, we're only choosing 3 tonight because Tiaga the Warlock is required to go on every single quest in this book. So we are essentially choosing her companions tonight. Our first hero, the Queen of Diamonds, is Robert Tylan the Berserker. There is Robert. The second hero, the Five of Diamonds. Is that the new guy? Because I don't recognize that. Yes, indeed it is. Armil Bira, our brand new druid. This will be his first ever quest tonight. Now, Armil has a shapeshift spell similar to Moonstone's, which we've seen quite a bit, allowing Moonstone to turn into a bear-like creature. As we essentially talked, and we didn't really vote, but we talked about this on the creative stream last night, we have decided that Armil is instead going to turn into a raptor. So Armil's shapeshift spell is going to turn him into this. It's going to be exactly the same as Moonstone's bear form, but just give him a little bit of a different thing. Cody says, side note on the orc voice, I'm going to buy a disk drive just to find this is my man voice and share that in Discord. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I have all of the original L2C / Right Way to Nowhere album files somewhere. Now, I know they were on my hard drive that just crashed, but I'm pretty sure I have them other places too. But yeah, that's a good one. And our last randomly chosen hero tonight, the Four of Hearts, is Valerna the Elf. Always like seeing Valerna on quests. Seems like it's been a tiny little bit since we've seen her. There is Valerna. And of course, with Tiaga the Warlock, that makes up the 4 heroes that are going on tonight's quest. Oh, Gohan says rip, yeah. All right, let me grab some character sheets. Well, there's, yeah, Armiel's right on top, being that he's the newest hero. If you haven't yet, check out the new part of our Discord channel that's just called The Heroes, and you can find fairly detailed reports on all of these heroes as far as what kind of stuff they have, how many quests they've been on. That is, as of a few minutes ago, a totally complete... There's Valerno right at the bottom. Gonna have to try and remember to keep up on keeping that up to date. Yeah, Cody says, I'll share the hot dog song just for Gohan. Yes, we had a whole saga of ridiculous food-related songs. The hot dog song, Dude Put Down My Cheeseburger, Mountain Dew. I feel like I'm forgetting some obvious ones. We had a bunch of like just kind of generally funny songs too, like the Super Squad song that was a parody of the Beatles song Help. Okie dokie, let's determine our difficulty level tonight. I've clicked the calendar instead of the calculator. That's a good sign. My brain was like, CAL. That's the only important part of that. Okay, Robert has 30 skill set points. Of course, Armiel has none. Valerna also has 30. And Tiaga has 38. Okay, honestly, if I had just looked at that, I wouldn't have needed the calculator. 98 points means that we are kind of right smack dab in the middle of level 3 difficulty, which means all monsters have an extra body point. Boss monsters will have an extra body point and a potion of healing, but I don't think we've got a boss monster in the quest tonight. One in 26 says, Luke complains when I'm the person that was here an hour early. No. That was hilarious when I saw that message come through the Discord. Let me get everybody's items, and then we'll get spells and skills, and then we will be ready to start. So, Robert Tylan has 3 magical throwing daggers and a potion of magic resistance. There's magical throwing daggers.
Didn't happen to remember that pencil today, did you?
Hey, I did.
You really did?
I did. It's in my pocket. I didn't remember to take it out of my pocket, but I remembered to bring it.
Wow. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I remember to bring those papers you asked for, too.
Yeah, I saw those up on the counter.
Let's see. Valerna has 2 potions of healing.
I don't know how to feel right now.
I've remembered stuff.
What is happening?
It may be the only time it ever happens for the rest of my life. She also has the Ring of Return. There it is. One day that will come in handy, I hope. And Tiaga's already got all of her stuff because we just kind of keep it out. One in 26 says, that ain't right. I'm fighting my meds and well bled. Yeah, that's true. And you're on a 20 stream streak. Nice. 1 in 26 says, another creative stream. No. We're doing a quest tonight. I just didn't set it up beforehand, so we're getting it set up. I didn't rename it. Oh, I sure didn't. Thank you for calling that out. I was trying to finish the heroes in our Discord and forgot to rename the stuff.
Nice. Congratulations.
I'm going to go ahead and change the live notification text, even though it's already it's already done. There we go. That's the first time I've forgotten that. See, that's the trade-off. I remembered those papers and that pencil and forgot other stuff. Yes. Yes, thank you for that, you there. I did know that. I was also doing that. Tisk tisk, yes. Thank you for pointing that out, though, because I totally just wouldn't have noticed that, and people would have been confused if they hadn't said anything, that's for sure. Okay, ooh, I almost forgot. We do need to visit the armory before we get down into this quest. Being that this is Armiel's first ever quest, he just has basic stuff, so we need to buy him some stuff here real quick. Now, he comes equipped with a wooden staff, which is going to give him 2 attack dice, and unfortunately, that's as good as he can do close range attack for a little while. So we're going to leave him with that. However, we can buy him a redwood wand. Ooh, and we're getting the item swap right. Yeah, there you go. Cody says he needs some beef. Yes. And we're getting an item swap right off the bat. Well, that's good because I'm passing out items, so we'll we'll get that taken care of. Let me finish the armory thing here real quick so that I don't get too sidetracked, because I will just totally forget to do it. So what we need to buy Armiel is a redwood wand, a western leather hood, and a western leather tunic, which are, by the way, they're essentially helmet and chainmail. I just gave them different names for the aesthetic purpose of us being able to picture these heroes that probably wouldn't wear heavy armor, but functionally they're exactly the same thing. So we have 2,880 gold coins right now, and we are going to subtract a pretty substantial amount from that. The redwood wand is 1,000 by itself. The western leather hood is 130. And the western leather tunic is 500. Which is going to put us down to 1,250. But that will suit up Armiel well enough for now until he starts getting skill sets allowing him access to some different stuff. 1,250, and that's going to give him a redwood wand, which will be 3 long-range attack dice. The western leather hood, which is +1 defense, and the western leather tunic, which is another +1 defense, which is going to bump him up to 3 defense dice. Cool. Okay, that's going to take care of him. Item swap. Okay, we'll go ahead and draw cards here. Now, if we draw diamonds for this very first card, that's Armiel, and he doesn't have anything yet, so we'll have to redraw that. Let's see what we get here. Clubs means that the subject is Valerna. She has 2 potions of healing, a ring of return, and a toolkit. So any of those things. So we'll go again with the suits of the deck. Her toolkit, oh no, she's sending her toolkit somewhere else, which means she's not going to be able to disarm traps. That's funny. Actually, Armiel could use one of those too. So that's kind of funny. Unfortunately, we're sending it to Tiaga, though. That's still pretty funny. So in this quest, Valerna will not be able to disarm traps, even though normally she can, because her toolkit has been magically transported to Tiaga. And Tiaga does not need it. But that is funny. Let's go ahead and buy Armiel a toolkit as well, just so that he can disarm traps. Theoretically, we could, because we haven't started the quest, Tiaga could pass the toolkit back to Valerna. But in the spirit of the redeem, let's not do that. Oh, it's the very first thing, 250 coins. Nice, that actually puts us at a nice even 1,000. I told you guys that stuff would go fast, too. Remember when we had 5,000 something, like just a few quests ago? All right, what do we need for spells and skills? So Robert Tylan gets double Berserker skills. me find all his cards here. So his Berserker skills are Enrage, Retaliation, and Frenzy. Now we'll save what those do for when and if he needs them, just so that there's a little bit less exposition at the beginning. Armiel gets the 3 Druid spells. Those are Pixie, Life Force, and Shapeshift. And again, the Shapeshift is going to allow him to transform into that raptor, which will be interesting. I've never had that raptor actually on the board for a quest, so that'll be cool. Justin says, tomorrow I'll see if my new orange dice breaks my curse. Yes. Oh, that'll be super interesting to see. See if the new dice give you some better stuff, for sure. Valerna gets some fancy spells. And Tiaga's going to get 2 more spells too. So that's going to be kind of our last order of business before we really get started, is that we need to sort out spells. Now these are all the tier 1 spells. However, everybody here that gets spells gets more than just those. So Valerna has access to the tier 2 spells as well as the darkness spells. Tiaga has tier 2 spells, darkness spells, and protection spells. Is that correct? Yes. Now, mostly these are going to be random. However, each one of these, they get to pick a little bit. So Tiaga is going to get 2 more spells. She's required to take her 3 Warlock spells, Darkwing Sphere, and Demon Form. She gets 2 more spells beyond that. She gets to pick one of them, and the other one's random. Valerna gets 6 spells total, and she gets to pick 3 of them. Okay, now I definitely want somebody to take Arrows of the Night, because we've been using that in a lot of the quests recently, and that spell, I really like that spell. Rikoro says, I like the orange ones a lot. Oh, nice, yes. Gohan says, it's not the dice. And Cody says, I need some different dice. As much as I'd love just using the OG ones, I want some color. Oh, yeah. I would still be using the OG ones if they showed up better on my dice cam. I still prefer the OG dice over the Avalon Hill dice. They just don't show up on the dice cam well enough.
Do I need to paint them?
I think they're just not big enough.
No.
Okay, so the question then is, do we want Valerna or Tiaga? I think we're going to give this to Valerna, because knowing that Tiaga might, like, bite it pretty early thanks to the stupid roll, we should probably give her healing spells that she can cast on herself to keep her in the game longer. So let's give Tiaga Reign of Restoration, which is a tier 2 healing spell. And then we'll also give her a Water of Healing. Yeah, I was going to say a Water of Healing or a Heal Body, whichever one we find first. There's a Water of Healing. So that's going to take care of Tiaga entirely. All we need to do now is outfit Valerna the rest of the way. And I think we want her to have Consuming Flame, which is a very powerful tier 2 attacking spell. And then let's also give her Treasure Hunter. I think this one's going to be interesting. We haven't seen this one yet. This was a favorite of Merlin Zanzar, who's one of our viewers who's in here fairly often. He and I used to play weekly, and this was a spell he went for all the time.
Do I need to put Ogre Horde on the official card?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
do.
yeah.
Okay.
Just so that I remember what it's talking about. And then the rest of these we are just going to kind of pop into the pile, because in order to do this randomly, we are going to mix this all up. So we're going to break this big old pile of spells down into 4 smaller piles of spells, and then we are going to... Oh, you know what? I just remembered. I said that Tiaga gets 2 extra spells, and she only gets to pick one of them, but I picked both of them. So we need to put that Water of Healing back, because she needs to get that spell randomly. There's that memory trade-off. So Valerna's going to get 3 more at random, and Tiaga's going to get 1 more at random. Okay, so once these are broken down into the 4 piles, we are going to use the regular deck to determine our random spells. We'll use the suit to determine which pile we're picking up, and the number on the card to determine how many cards down we go. Okay, so here we go. We're going to take care of Valerna first because she's first in the turn order. Her first random spell is going to be pile number 1, card number 2. 1 and 2 is Tempest. Allows her to freeze an enemy for a turn. Pile number 1, card number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 is Fire of Wrath, which is kind of a weaker attacking spell. And finally, pile number 2, card number 3. 1, 2, and 3 is Sleep. Not a bad loadout, all things considered. And then for Tiaga's one more random spell that she gets, we'll hope it's some sort of healing spell, but we have no idea what it's going to be. Pile number 1, card number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Look at that. Heal body. That's pretty wild. This is where all my real life luck goes. My luck gets transferred into good spells for fake plastic characters. Okay, let me go ahead and get rid of the fancy spells that are in these decks now. Just kind of a quick sort out. As you can imagine, we never have to shuffle this spell deck. This deck gets plenty shuffled just in use. There's protection. There's tier 2. 126 says, ever set a price on that there graffiti? We are still looking to get an extra room 3D printed to do that with. So I really liked the idea. I might have been you that suggested this as well, of maybe having a physical armory room that the heroes are put in as they're chosen, and then the graffiti can go on those walls, and looking to have that printed. I have contacted my sister who has a 3D printer, and at last I heard she was looking for the STL files to do so. But that is still something we are intending to do, for sure. Okay, I need to get the character card so that I remember the turn order, and then I think we are ready to start. So there's Armiel, there's Robert, and I'm looking for Valerna. There she is, yep. Okay. Cody says she finds those files. Please let me know. I'd go in on buying it just for a copy of the files. Absolutely. Will do. She's got a whole bunch of stuff going on, so I imagine that she has stalled on finding them. So I may need to look into that. If I get some time tomorrow, I may also look into that. All right, so let's get our music started. Let's read the quest text, and let's get into this. Let me get some stuff clicked here. Okay, I'm sure you guys know, but just in case anybody's new or anybody has forgotten, we are in book 4 out of 14 right now. This book is called The Prophecy of Telor, and that is pretty much what we're dealing with directly today. This is quest 8 in that book, which is titled Telor's Tomb. This is from Mentor. The ransacking and destruction of the archives at Arborenus is sad news. Thankfully, you found the map to Telor's resting place. Once you reach the tomb, you must enter the caves below and find the entrance to the secret stairway. This crystal vial will help you. Its presence will cause the secret entrance to glow blue. The vial should be carried by the bearer of the talisman. Present it to the effigy, and it will summon Telor. Let us hope he can help you. And that's it. We're just trying to find Telor's tomb, essentially. So we're technically in his tomb. I guess we are looking for his actual effigy. All right, so let's get, where are we doing here? We got a staircase we're starting on, looks like. So let's set up the board camera, which is, we are starting here in this blue and black room on stairs in the corner right there. Here we've got Robert, Armiel, Valerna, and Tiaga on the stairs. And also in this room, rather unsurprisingly, is a doorway. I should hope there would be a doorway right in the beginning of the room.
No doors.
Yeah. Sorry guys, no doors, no secret doors, no traps, no monsters. Soft locked, game over. Okay, right off the bat, Robert, what are we searching for? His actions, possible actions, he likes secret doors. So traps, secret doors, treasure, or move are his options. And he is going for 2, 3, 4, that would be secret doors. Are there any secret doors in the entrance room? There are not. Second action, Robert. Traps, treasure, or leave. King is no help here. That's traps. He is also searching for traps. There are no traps in this room either. So that is all of Robert's turn. Armiel, very first ever turn of Midnight Quest right here with Armiel Bira. Are we searching for treasure or leaving? Does he like any of those things particularly? He does like treasure. Okay, so treasure, leave is what we're doing here. Again, King is no help. He is indeed going to search for treasure. All right, Armiel, what are we finding as the very first ever treasure search for your particular character? We're kind of down to the dregs of the treasure deck here. I can't imagine there's very much good things left in here. What does he find? Suddenly, the stone beneath his feet gives way. He falls into a shallow pit, losing 1 body point.
And right there, he should be like, nope, I'm out.
Yeah, right after that, he's like, you know what, guys? I think actually I'm going to head home. I'm not feeling this stuff. You guys deal with this all the time? And with the second action, we are going to have him move. Unlike in normal Hero Quest rules where that trap ends your turn, that's not how I do that. 1, 2. Headed up to the doorway. By the way, just in case anybody's forgotten, they are allowed to exit the stair tile on any adjacent square. That's why that happened right there. He is opening the door, discovering in this room another door, and that is it. Is he going to stop since he doesn't know if there are traps there? Yes, he is. He doesn't have the action to search it, but he is going to stop. Valerna, no searching left. It's time to move. She's only moving 4. 1, 2, 3. Is she going to stop here and search for traps? No, she is not. 4. But now that she's in the room, what is she searching for? She likes treasure as well. So traps, secret doors, treasure are the options here. She's going for traps, which, you know, she should have searched 1 square ago. Luckily for her, there are no traps in this room. Talking about a prophecy of Telor, we should be talking about the prophecy of Gohan, which is if the heroes search for traps, there won't be any. Which is ringing true in every sense of the word. Okay. Tiaga. Cast demon form or move. Actually, we need to do the stupid roll first. So let me do a quick explanation of what the stupid roll is, just in case anybody has forgotten or just straight up doesn't know. She is wearing the Talisman of Lore, which contains the dread spirit of an evil creature named Melar. It is trying to take her over. So at the beginning of every one of her turns, we have to roll 2 movement dice. She has to roll exactly at or better than her mind points, which is 11. Which means she has to get 11 or 12 on these dice. You can see why she, in the last quest, ended up unconscious. However, if she is in the same room or corridor as any other heroes, she gets to add 1 to whatever she rolls, and she is in the same room as Armiel. If she is directly adjacent to any hero, she gets to +2 her roll, and she is directly adjacent to Robert Tylan. So whatever we roll here, we're going to add 3, but it still needs to be an 11 or 12. She got 8, so +3, that's 11. This turn, she was able to resist the pull of Melar, which is nice. Okay, now we avoided putting her in demon form for most of the quest last time because she loses it if she gets hurt, and she has a high likelihood of getting hurt at the beginning of every turn. So unless she's in combat, let's keep her out of demon form. So moving along. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then is she going to stop here and search or leave? Her options here are search for secret doors, search for treasure, or leave. She is going to stop here and search for secret doors. Hand me the fly swatter. All right, everybody, I'm about to be a sociopath. Nobody watch. Dead bug. Earwig. As I was sitting here preparing for the quest, this summer we've had an issue with these earwig bugs.
Oh, it's every summer. But this is every summer.
I was sitting here preparing for the quest, and one of them dropped from the ceiling onto the board over here in front of me. I made a not very masculine noise. Let me tell you. Cody says, I've killed 42 flies in my guard shack this week, bought a spray, so I spray and watch them die and laugh maniacally. But I'm the sociopath for swatting a spider. Oh, geez. Okay, that is the end of the turn. There are no monsters on the board, so we are back to Robert Tylan. Nothing to search for, so he is moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll just go ahead and let him go here. Now, is he going to search for treasure or not? He is going to search for treasure. Let's see what Robert finds. You find a small sack discarded in the corner of the room. It contains 15 gold coins. Not too bad. Puts us up to 1,015. It's too bad Armiel couldn't have found that for his first ever treasure search. Not much, but it's better than falling in a pit. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and let Robert open this door too, since he's adjacent to it. We might as well. Out here in this hallway, we got a wall and also a mountain goblin down there on the corner. Whoops. I must assume then that this goblin is into CCR. Goblin on the corner. All right, that is it for Robert's turn. It is now Armiel's turn. He is back here in the blue and black room. Nothing to do in either of these rooms but move. So let's see how close we can get him to that goblin. Not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, he does not know if there are traps out here in the hallway. So is he going to stop right there? Yes, he is. However, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He is perfectly in range to shoot at that goblin. Now, what is his personality on trap search or battle? Okay, now he actually does prefer searching for traps instead of battling. So even though he's out there, we do need to draw to see if he's going to search the hallway for traps or shoot at that goblin. So, trap search, shoot. And he got shoot. That was a high card. Cody says, I hate that I got the CCR joke immediately. Yeah. And Gohan says, there's a bathroom on the right. Yeah. If he wanted to go to the bathroom on his own character card, absolutely, 100%. Okay, so he is going to shoot at that mountain goblin. This is going to be his first attack as a hero. Let's see if he is any good. Now remember, this goblin has an extra body point, but goblins are still weak. 2 attack, 1 defense, 2 body points. Armiel shoots a blast of energy from his redwood wand, hitting the goblin with a 2. That's a good sign. And indeed, the goblin does not defend, blasting that goblin straight out of there. Good job, Armiel. All right, moving on to Valerna at the back of the party right at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is she going to stop and search for traps? No, she is not. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Gets her all the way pretty much to the end of that hallway. Luckily, none of those squares are trapped. Being that she is adjacent to the new hallway, she can also see down it. There is a wall up here, blocking that path. There are also a couple more monsters up here. There is an ocean abomination. I'm looking forward to having these guys painted. They're going to look really neat. And behind him is a wasteland femur. And unfortunately, this is just out of the random mini that's getting used. This is not one of the newly painted ones, but we do have a few painted ones now. Yes! Cody says we knew the answer before the check for traps. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. Love the super dead emote. Okay, now Valerna hasn't done anything other than move. She cannot attack either of these monsters. However, she can use her other action to search either the hallway she's standing in for secret doors. No point in searching for traps now. She stepped on all the squares. Or the new hallway for either traps or secret doors. So in that order, Secret doors where she's standing, traps in the new hallway, secret doors in the new hallway. And she is going for secret doors in the hallway she's standing in, and there are none. Finally, Tiaga. Tiaga, we need to do her stupid roll first. She is indeed adjacent to Robert Tylan, so this roll is going to be whatever +2. She rolled a 6, so unfortunately that's only a total of 8, which means she does take a point of damage, dropping her to 11. All right, taking her turn now. She moves out into the hallway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Almost a perfect enough roll to at least send some damage at that Ocean Abomination. Kind of doubt she kills it. Those things are, and I can't believe I've remembered this as well, 3 attack, 2 defense, 3 body points under level 3. She sends a blast of energy at the Ocean Abomination. Okay, hitting it with a critical hit of 3. She's going to show me for doubting. And it doesn't defend a single one. Dying. That is, I mean, that's literally a perfect storm of rolls to kill a monster that shouldn't be able to be killed that easily. She got super lucky there. Yeah. Super dead, yeah. I mean, not by the technical rules, but certainly in every other sense. 100% super dead. Okay, now that poor Wasteland Femmer who used to have a couple of buddies in that hallway with him, it is his turn. However, he's a Wasteland monster, so he's slow. I kind of doubt he makes it up there. Wasteland Femmer's only moved 4 spaces. So I think, and normally I wouldn't do this, I think we're going to move him back, because he's just going to get slaughtered if we move him forward towards the heroes. So let's actually go 1, 2, 3, 4 and move him back. Not that he's running away, but just in an effort to at least get 1 attack off before they kill him, hopefully. All right, that is going to take us back to Robert Tylan. Headed out into the hallway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then unfortunately he can't go 6. I'm not going to say it. The dice almost tricked me into saying it, but I caught it. He can't finish his roll. I'm not going to say it. Okay, Armiel. Armiel the Druid, now at the back of the party, is also moving down the hallway, and I don't think that's going to be enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, unfortunately, he also can't get over everybody else. Now, nobody searched this hallway for traps, but there's no point in doing that. So let's go ahead and move on. Do we want to have him cast his shapeshift already? What do you guys think? He doesn't have to wait till he's in combat. It only gives him combat benefits, but he doesn't have to wait till he's in it. I don't know if Cody, if I can read that comment out loud in good conscience, but it is very funny. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Armiel is going to cast his Shapeshift spell. This is going to grant him 1 extra defense dice and 1 extra attack dice close range only. The spell will be broken as soon as he takes any sort of damage. However, he does regain the ability to cast this spell if his body points return to maximum. It was meant to be sad in a funny way. Definitely funny. Armiel transforms into a raptor. That, even on the 1.5 inch squares, that raptor takes up a lot of room.
I want the raptor noise from Jurassic Park every time he changes.
Yeah, there's some of our channel point noise redeems we need to get on. We need to get a raptor noise from Jurassic Park for that.
I love that.
Yep. We need to start making a list of sounds we could put in channel point redeems. Okie dokie, that's going to take us up to Valerna the elf. Now, she has not searched for traps in the new hallway yet. She can do that from her current position, but is she going to? She is. I was getting ready to make a joke about how they never do that. And there are no traps in that hallway, thanks to the prophecy of Gohan. Zara is here, yes! I don't know what that dinosaur emote is from, or if that's like just a generic Twitch emote, but I love it. Gohan says you're welcome. Yes. All right, Valerna's second action. She is moving down the hallway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, that takes us to Tiaga, and for her stupid roll, she is in the same corridor as all 3 of the other heroes, so this roll is going to be +3. And, oh, she didn't even need the +3. She has rolled a natural 11, which means she is not damaged.
Wow.
Sarah says, I think it's just a generic one. Gotcha, because I've seen it several times, so that's kind of what my assumption was, but it's hilarious. Okay, moving on down the hallway. Or not. 1, 2. She's decided to move nice and slow and not get too crazy about anything. Oh, let's see. Yeah, she can't. Honestly, there's not anything that is smart for her to do right at this particular moment, so I suppose. Cody says Snake Eyes is roll again. There you go. We're going by Monopoly rules right there. And if she gets Snake Eyes 3 times in a row, she has to go to jail. She doesn't get to pass go. She doesn't get 200 gold coins. Nothing. Bad news right there. I think we're going to let her go ahead and search this hallway for secret doors, and there are none. Okay, Mr. Wasteland Femmer still is not going to get up to Valerna with that 4 movement, so I think... However, she is likely to reach him if he doesn't move again. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I would like for this Femmer to at least get off 1 hit before it dies, if at all possible. Especially considering the other 2 monsters in this hallway died so easily. I would like to not charge this guy straight to his death.
And die.
Okay, back to Robert Tylan. Okay, I guess we're doing the low dice rolls for a little while. 1, 2, 3. He's not feeling it. He's like, yeah, I don't know. There's something weird. I'm going to walk a little bit slow. Maybe he's trying to stay near Tiaga for the sake of her stupid roll. Armiel. Also moving pretty slow. 1, 2, 3, and then he can't take 4 or 5. No other searching can be done. So we are now at Valerna, who is hopefully going to get a halfway decent roll here. Okay, can't complain, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're going to pause her right there. Now that she can see down the new hallway, we can put here a door into the central room. We're going to go ahead and reveal a couple of things that are technically out of her sight, but they're relevant to the coming monster's turn, so I'll just go ahead and put them now. There are a couple of walls right here. And also 2 mountain goblins right in front of each one of those walls. Well, 1 mountain goblin in front of each wall, I should say. So goblin here, goblin here. And now we just need to determine what is Valerna going to do, because she does have 1 more movement left. So is she going to stop here and search for traps, or is she continuing her movement? She is going to stop here and search for traps. Okay. And... no surprise, she finds none. Cody says, I couldn't find a chicken emote for the Femmer, so I have a squirrel. Yeah. Well, that would be appropriate if the Femmer was distracted, right? Okay, for the stupid roll, Tiaga is currently in a hallway with Valerna and Armiel. So she gets +1 plus another 1. She's also directly adjacent to Robert Tylan, so this is going to be +4, whatever this roll is. Okay, she rolled a 7, +4 is 11. So again, not damaged. That's fairly surprising. Okay, and for her actual turn, she's still not moving very much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this must be taking a toll on her, even if it's not actually causing her damage, because it was like that last quest too. She's just barely moving along. Okay, Squirrel Femmer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still can't reach Valerna. However, these goblins sure can. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Exactly enough movement to get that goblin straight up into Valerna's face. The mountain goblin swings its sword at the elf, hitting her with a critical hit of 2. What's her defense look like? Not great. And she doesn't defend either one. Ouch. Dropping her to 11. We are going to go ahead and move Squirrel Femmer up here so that he's close, now that he's not in danger of dying immediately. And then we'll go ahead and move the other goblin up there too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can't do anything from there, but it's ready. There we go. All right, back to Robert Tylan. Still moving kind of slow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he can't take his 6th roll. Nothing he can do from right there. So we are now at Armiel, who will hopefully go a little bit quicker. Nope. 1, 2, 3. Well, this quest was supposed to have been a fairly short one, but not with these rolls. No, sir. Valerna, the only one who seems to be doing anything halfway decent here. Where's she at on health? She did lose a couple. Now, she has a longsword, which gives her an extra attack dice if she's at full health, which she is not now. So even though she's close range on this goblin, she swings her longsword, hitting it with a 2. The goblin does not defend, which means it is indeed dead. And I think what we want to do then with her other action is just move her 1 forward. Gohan says, stop calling them seemingly short. Maybe you'll get a short one. Yeah. And Cody says, where's Swift Wind when you need it? No kidding. 126 says, out of context, I'm confused. What is short? I had the tab muted. That's fair. That's fair. We are getting these these super short rolls. They're not moving anywhere. The quests themselves is what Gohan is referring to there. Every time I say that the quest is seemingly short, it ends up being really long. Yeah. Cody says our memories are short. Yeah, no kidding. I was sincerely panicking on the inside for a moment when 126 says, what are you guys talking about? I'm like, I'm not sure. I know I should know. But then I got a hold of it. I need to stop calling the quest short, because then they never are. Catching up on 2 different wars. Hey, nothing wrong with that. All right, old Tiaga needs to start her turn with the stupid roll, and it is going to be +3 because she is adjacent to Robert and in the same corridor as Armiel. She is no longer in the same corridor as Valerna, but still +3 is pretty good. And there you go, she rolled a 9. So again, she is not damaged. This is wild. After last quest where she was unconscious twice, this is kind of ridiculous. Okay, for her actual turn, we don't need to roll her to move her 2. And then she can shoot at that Femmer. See if she can do to the Femmer the same thing she did to the Abomination. Wasteland Femmers are 3s across the board. 3 attack, 3 defense, 3 body points. She fires a blast of energy from her wand, hitting it with a 1. Which it blocks. Way to go, Femmer. All right, it is the monster's turn, and finally, thanks to our efforts, that Wasteland Femmer gets to get off an attack before it theoretically is destroyed. The Femmer swings its axe at Valerna, hitting her with a critical hit of 3, and she doesn't block a single one. There you go. Dropping her to 8. Now, obviously, I don't normally root for the monsters, but just like when the heroes are getting unfair crap, I also kind of dislike it when it's the other way around, you know? Provide a challenge, at least. I don't want anyone to die, but, well, other than the monsters. Die, monsters, die. Okay, moving back to, yeah, that goblin can't do anything. So back to Robert Tylan, who unfortunately can only just go 1-2. He does not have long-range attack, nor does he have any way to get up into that hallway to help. So that is where he will hang out. Armiel is kind of in the same situation. He's not on camera right now. We can roll for him, but he's not going to be able to get anywhere useful. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, I don't know how these monsters feel about the way things have gone, but I don't know about you guys. If I saw a friggin' dinosaur come around the corner, I don't care what kind of scary monster I am, I'm probably going to be like, no, you know what? This Zargon guy seemed okay, but I'm not doing this.
Dinosaurs have entered the chat.
Yeah. Okay, that takes us to Valerna, who's front and center there. What kind of tricks does she have up her sleeve? She's got some fancy spells. Maybe we'll use a Fire of Wrath on this Femmer if she doesn't take it out with her attack, which she probably won't. Swinging her longsword, she hits that Femmer with a 2. It blocks one and takes the other, dropping it to 2 body points. Now that Fire of Wrath's not going to finish it off, but it would be nice to get it a little bit closer down to death. Wars are boring, says 126. These wars are boring. Okay, Valyria casts Fire of Wrath, blasting the Femmer with flames. It will take 1 body point of damage unless it can fight the magical flames off, which it does. The spell is ineffective. This Femmer must have trained under old Redtail or something. Okie dokie, that takes us to Tiaga, who is adjacent to both Valyria and Robert and in the same corridor as Armiel. I forgot his name already. So this is going to be +5, whatever she rolls. Her stupid roll results in 7, which means, again, she remains undamaged. Yeah, let's cast Demon Form. She's in combat now. She's getting kind of lucky with the stupid roll. If she loses it, she loses it. Tiaga casts Demon Form, which allows her to ignore pit traps and gives her an extra attack dice for both close and long range attacks. This spell will be broken if she takes any sort of damage. However, she will regain the ability to cast the spell by killing any monster. So now we've got a raptor and a demon on the board. Tiaga sends a blast of energy at the Wasteland Femmer, hitting it with a 2. The Femmer does not block either, and thanks to the damage it took from Valyria, it is dead. It put up a valiant fight, though. And that was her 2 actions, having cast a spell and attacked. So it is now the monster's turn, giving this goblin the opportunity to also take a swing at Valyria, swinging its sword, and hitting her with a critical hit of 2. She blocks 1 and takes the other. Boy, Valeria's kind of getting the crap beat out of her tonight. She's down to 7. Which is still a decent amount, but she's down to 7 from 13. So, like, we're still right at the beginning of the quest. There are a lot of tough monsters in the later part of this quest. She's got a couple of potions, but she didn't get any healing spells. Okie dokie, back to the front of the hero's turn, and unfortunately we are going to have to skip both Robert Tylan and Armiel because they can't do anything. They can't move. Robert can't shoot. Armiel can't see the goblin. So we are just going straight to Valyria to try and get rid of that guy. Swinging her longsword, she hits the goblin with a 1. Hey, that's not how you do that, Valyria. And the goblin blocks it. And well, it should, because that was really dumb. She is going to use her second action to search this hallway for secret doors, and from where Tiaga is standing up the hallway and also into this little T-shaped area up here, there are no secret doors. Tiaga, for her stupid roll, she is again at +5 thanks to her proximity to the other heroes. She rolls a 6, which is +5, gets her 11, the bare minimum, so she manages to scrape past not being damaged by Melar's Dread Spirit. She sends a blast of demonic energy at the mountain goblin, hitting it with a critical hit of 4. Tiaga is not taking any crap today. That goblin is definitely super dead. She obliterated that guy and his spirit. Every piece of what that goblin used to be is gone now. 126 says, Mr. Dreadspear, I did not hit her. Yeah, exactly. With her second action, she can also move. Not that it's really to her benefit to get way in front of everybody, but it's okay, because 1, 2, she only rolled 2. So she definitely didn't get way in front of everybody. Okay, back to the front of the hero's turn. Robert Tylan, he can actually do something this turn, which is nice. And he's also not rolling junk anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 gets him pretty far up the hallway. Nothing else to do with his second action. Armiel the Druid, aka the big scary red raptor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kind of the same as Robert. Moving towards the goal, but unable to do anything else helpful. Valyria, Ooh, I'm gonna roll that dice. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 puts her at the front of the hallway, but still not quite close enough to do anything new. Tiaga's stupid roll is going to be +3. She's not directly adjacent to anybody. And she rolls a 5, so +3 unfortunately is only 8, which is going to drop her to 10 body points and break her demon form spell. But that's okay. I think that was well used, considering she was getting lucky with not getting hurt there for a while. It's easy for her to get that spell back. That's red. The lighting looks orange to me. Maybe tomato orange. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yep, the raptor is red at the moment. It's not going to stay that way. Just not painted yet. Savannah actually found a really neat, like, color-changing paint that she's planning on painting that raptor. So it'll look kind of different depending on what lighting it's under, which should be neat. Might do the abominations like that too. Okay, Tiaga's actual turn. That was just her stupid roll, so she can still actually do stuff here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's kind of unfortunate, honestly. She is not the one that I'd want opening doors, but... Oh, 1 and 26 heading off to sleep. Totally understood, man. Have a good night. Thanks for dropping in, as always. Hope you're feeling all right. If you happen to wake up again later, I imagine we'll be on. I'm not planning to go super late tonight, but we'll see how things go. In the central room is a tomb. Oops. And also a mountain goblin. Oops. An ocean abomination. And 2 Doomguard. Doomguard are again Zargon's personal lieutenants. These guys look a bit like Chaos Warriors, but they are much, much stronger. These guys are bad news, and this will, I think, be the first time that a party has encountered 2 of them at once. I'm not even sure if that's happened with the difficult monster redeems yet. Okay, Tiaga, are we stopping and searching for traps? Now, this is the sort of thing, it's straight up stupid for her to walk into that room. So really what we're drawing here is she going to search for traps, or is she going to go ahead and shoot at one of these monsters? Yeah, strategically speaking, I kind of wish that we had not had her open this door. I should have maybe thought about that a little bit more, but there's no reason to do it optimum all the time. The only reason I dislike this is because I don't want the heroes to cheese this whole room one monster at a time. I would prefer them to walk in there, but I also don't want to intentionally kill anybody. So is she going to search for traps or fire at one of the monsters? She is going to fire at one of the monsters. She is actually capable of seeing any of them, probably except for this Doomguard in the corner is a little bit too much of a round the corner. But any of the rest of these guys, I'd say, are fair game. So we'll go low card, medium card, high card. That is a medium card, which means she is going to blast at the Ocean Abomination. Sending a blast of energy from her Redwood Wand, she fires at the Abomination, hitting it with a 1, which it does not block, but it is not dead. And that's going to take us to our monster's turn. Okay, we have one monster that can come up to the door to greet her. Who's it going to be? And I'd say it could be any of them. Any of them have enough movement squares to get to her. So in this case, let's go hearts, diamonds, clubs, spades. Diamonds, it's going to be this Doomguard. I was really hoping it would be the goblin, again, so that the heroes could kill it kind of quick, and then they could all move into the room. Doomguard, I believe, are 5 across the board. Is that correct? Doomguard, where are you? Yes, 5 attack, 5 defense, 5 body points. So swinging attacks at Tiaga, the Doomguard hits her with 4. She blocks 2 and takes 2, dropping her to 8 body points. Okay, what can the team do about this? Now, unfortunately, Robert can't do anything. He is a close range only kind of guy, so we need to get him up to the door. So I think what we're gonna try to do anyway, not that this helps a huge amount, is we're going to just kind of position him here so that if Tiaga moves, he can get in there. Just so that he can do something. Right at the moment, there is not a thing that he can do. I guess he could throw magical throwing daggers at that guy, but I don't know if we want to waste those right at the moment. Armiel. We're just going to move Armiel up, and then he can shoot at that Dread Warrior. And I have to imagine that if there's anything scarier than a raptor running down the hallway at you, it's a raptor holding a wand shooting at you. That's got to be a weird, weird sight. So Armiel the raptor pulls out his redwood wand and fires a blast of energy at the Doomguard, hitting it with a 1. And the Doomguard does not defend it, because probably he didn't expect that to happen. You know, who would? Following that, we have Valerna. Now, there's a part of me that hates to use her Arrows of the Night spell already, but I really want to blast through that Doomguard so that we can send heroes into the room. The Arrows of the Night's still not guaranteed to kill it, but it's probable. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it. I think it's to our benefit to not cheese this room, just because it's less interesting. Valerna casts Arrows of the Night on the Doomguard. It immediately takes 5 body points, but it does have the chance to fend off some of these magical attacks. Manages to fend off 2 of them, taking 3 damage, which does indeed mean that it is not quite dead. It is down to 1 body point. Now, Valerna can still do a regular attack as well, and I think we will, again in an effort to try and get through that Doomguard to send people in there. So she pulls out her short bow and fires an arrow at the Doomguard, hitting it with a 2. It blocks 1, but not the other, which indeed is just enough to take it out. Now, Valerna won't be able to walk in there. We're gonna have to march Tiaga in there by herself, which sucks a little bit. But at least we'll get heroes in the room. Okay, stupid roll for Tiaga. She is getting +5 because of her proximity to other heroes. And she only rolls a 2, so that's a total of 7. She unfortunately takes another bit of damage, dropping her to 7 body points. Cody says, I imagine a raptor shooting ki from its mouth like a weak... Yeah, I've never known how to pronounce that word. I know that's a Dragon Ball thing. Actually, I shouldn't say I know. I'm pretty sure that's a Dragon Ball thing, right? I remember hearing you say it when we were kids, but I sure don't remember it well enough to be confident enough to say it. Okay, Kamehameha. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I had in my head. But yes. Okay, Tiaga. We are going to move Tiaga into that room, and I think we're going to have her try and kill this goblin. Just so that it's 1 less monster in the room. She's the most likely to be able to kill it. And she does have a broadsword, so she can just walk straight up to it. 1, 2, 3. Tiaga swings her broadsword at the goblin, hitting it with a 1. That's not going to kill it. Oops, I rolled too many dice, but either way, it didn't roll enough to block that. Not dead, but damaged. Okay, that takes us to the monster's turn, and we've got, first off, the goblin attacking Tiaga, swinging its sword and hitting her with a critical hit of 2. And she doesn't block either one of them. Wow. What should we do here? Okay, here's what I think we're going to do with her. We are going to have her cast her Darkwing spell. These goblins have actually been doing some stuff there. I think the goblins have got critical hits every time they've tried to attack this quest. Tiaga casts Dark Wings. Cast the spell on an enemy's turn after you've suffered damage. Reduce that damage to 0 and move instantly to any unoccupied square that you can see. So we're going to do some tricky business with this. In addition to not taking that damage, we are going to move her here, which means that she can't be surrounded by the other monsters. Yes, with the critical hit emote and the F in the chat. Okay, so we should definitely send a monster out into the hallway, and the other monster should then attack Tiaga from the other side. Let's go ahead and get the Abomination attacking Tiaga, because she already attacked it, and it's closest to her. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The Ocean Abomination thrusts its spear at Tiaga, hitting her with a 1, which she blocks. The Doom Guard moves out into the hallway and can either attack Valerna or Robert. It is going for Valerna, swinging what used to be an axe and what will be an axe again as soon as I remember to bring the hot glue gun down here. He hits Valerna. Let me re-roll this dice that didn't make it. With a 3. And Valerna takes all 3 because she has decided apparently that defending is for the weak. Dropping her to 4. I do believe we are going to have her drink a potion of healing on the next turn. That's ridiculous. Cody says revenge. Oh, he wasn't that mad apparently. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Okay, guys. Tiaga is surrounded, and we've got a Doom Guard blocking the path in. So we need to do something about that. That's for sure. I think we are going to have Robert Tylan use one of his Enrage skills. As an action, you may lose up to 2 body points to immediately make an attack, even if you have already attacked this turn. I forgot about that. Let's actually do this in a second. First off, regular attack. Robert Tylan pulls out his battle axe and swings at the Doom Guard, hitting it with a 2. The Doom Guard blocks 1, but not the other. Then, Robert is going to use his Enrage skill. You may lose up to 2 body points to immediately make an attack, even if you have already attacked this turn. Add additional attack dice equal to the number of body points you lose. Now, I think we're gonna, Robert is almost maxed out on the number of body points he has, so we're gonna have him lose 2. This is gonna drop him to 12 and allow him to make an additional attack using 6 dice. Robert, again, now enraged, attacks the Doom Guard, hitting it with a 1. Useless. It's gonna defend that, right? Of course it does, and it should. I kind of would have been mad at the Doom Guard if it hadn't. He wasn't that enraged. Yeah, no kidding, Cody. He's like, oh, now I'm real mad, Tink. Jeez, dude. I thought we were pulling out some stops there. Apparently not. All right, Armiel's going to be doing the same thing. He is firing at the Doom Guard, sending a blast of energy at the Doom Guard, and again hitting it with 1, which the Doom Guard blocks. Hey guys, 1 skull is not enough. Now, Armiel also has a little bit of healing up his sleeve, which I think is probably not a bad idea considering how bad off Valerna is already. So let's go ahead and we'll use up his Life Force spell. So Armiel is going to cast Life Force on Valerna, which is going to give her 4 body points back. 2, 3, and 4 pops her back up to 8 body points. And that takes us to Valerna, who is going to swing her longsword at the Doom Guard, hitting it with a 1. Come on. Which it blocks. Yeah, of course. Again, of course it would. I would be upset with the Doom Guard if it couldn't block 1. You guys gotta get better than 1. Okay, I hate to use up every bit of the stuff we've got here, but we want to get through this guy, so I guess we're gonna have Valerna use her other action to cast Consuming Flame. Now, this spell can actually be cast on 2 monsters, so I forgot about that until I caught a glimpse of the spell there. This does feel like a little bit of a waste. Maybe let's try Sleep instead. Doomguard Smart. 3. Sorta, kinda. We'll give it a try. So this spell only works on monsters that have mind points. Doom Guards have 3. The spell puts the monster into a deep sleep so it cannot move, attack, or defend. The spell can be broken at once or on a future turn by the monster rolling 1 movement dice for each of its mind points. If a 6 is rolled, the spell is broken. So the Doom Guard falls asleep. However, it immediately gets a chance to throw this spell off. If any of these dice land on a 6, the spell it basically just doesn't work. And indeed, the very first dice that came down was a 6. Spell is ineffective. Boy, the heroes just aren't feeling it tonight, I guess. Tiaga, poor Tiaga, now cut off from the other heroes, gets absolutely no benefits for her stupid roll. She rolls a 10, which is very close to what she needs, but unfortunately not enough. And Melar causes her another point of damage, bringing her down to 6. Let's see if she can fight her way out of here a little bit. She should be able to, by all rights here. Swinging her broadsword again at the mountain goblin. She hits it with a 1. Okay, surprisingly it didn't block, and thanks to the damage she did to it on the last turn, it is dead. But I'm still calling it, she kind of got lucky there. That was not really skill. Okay, she's not really at a point yet where she should heal herself. She could. I don't know that her fear spell is worth casting on an abomination. How many can abominations move? 10. So she's also very unlikely to be able to outrun it. So I suppose we will have her stay and take whatever damage it might deal her. All right, that takes us to the monster's turn. We'll start with that abomination, thrusting its spear at Tiaga and hitting her with a 1, which she blocks just barely. After that, we have the Doom Guard, who is going to turn his attention to Robert Tylan, attacking the guy who should be a threat, but unfortunately this past turn wasn't. Swinging its axe, it hits Robert with a 4. Robert defends 1, taking 3 body points and dropping him to 9. Ouch. Okie dokie, back to Robert. Now Robert does have another Enrage, but I feel like he might need it later on. There's lots more monsters in this quest. Clipping him being quote-unquote enraged. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, let's see if he can do any better damage this turn. Robert swings his battle axe at the Doom Guard. There you go, hitting with a critical hit of 4. That's a little bit more like it. And the Doom Guard doesn't defend a single one, which means it is dead. See, maybe our Robert can also hear the players / the chat, and when he realized he was being made fun of, he actually decided to go and do something. So thanks for that, Voidlings. Pushing our hero, who should be dealing heavy damage, into actually doing his freaking job. And then he moves. He's going to move in there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So at least we can give Tiaga the best chance of getting some good stuff on her stupid roll there. Armiel. 1, 2, 3. Finally getting the chance to attack close range, benefiting from an extra dice because he is doing so. Although his close range attack is only 2, so he's still only throwing 3 here, unfortunately. All right, the Raptor attacks the Abomination, hitting it with a 2. And thanks to the damage the Abomination sustained earlier in the battle, it is dead. Way to go, Armiel. I wonder, now obviously Raptors in the Hero Quest / Midnight Quest canon aren't necessarily the same thing as, Raptors that would have been in, Earth's history, but are Raptors more likely to claw or bite? That's surely Googleable, but I'm curious, when we're describing his close range attack, should he be swiping or is he biting? Cody just says yes. Yeah.
That one.
Both at the same time, backwards. Valerna is also moving into the room. 1, 2, 3. Now this room has not been searched for anything. Cody says swiper, no swiping. Oh man. Okay, Valerna, are we searching for traps, secret doors, or treasure? She is going for treasure, wasting absolutely no time. Okay, just making sure there wasn't anything special for the treasure in this room. Let's see what she finds. She finds a wandering monster, which in this quest is a deep femmer. That is unfortunate. The deep femmers exist in the deepest, darkest tunnels, which they are probably a little closer to than normal. Now, deep monsters are mostly blind, so they are slow. However, they are very powerful. Let me remind myself of just how powerful this deep femmer is, because I never remember their stats. 4 attack, 3 defense, 3 body points. Swinging attacks at Valerna, it hits her with a 1, which she doesn't block. Kind of pathetic there, Valerna, dropping her to 7. All right, that takes us to Tiaga, who is getting, let's see, +4 for her stupid roll based on her proximity to other heroes. And she rolled a 5, so that's only a 9. Unfortunately, she has taken another body point of damage, dropping her to 5. And from here, I think we'll go ahead and attack that deep femmer. So she needs to present the vial given to her by Mentor to the tomb, Telor's tomb there. But for the moment, we're still kind of in danger, so I don't think she's going to do that just yet. Firing a blast of energy at the deep femmer. Excuse me, she totally misses it. She's just not in good shape. This talisman thing has really got her down. And I love that, honestly, because the other times I've played through this book, the bearer of the talisman has not had so much issues fighting off Melar and has just kind of played the quest like normal, honestly. Both when I've soloed this book before and when Merlin and I played through it, the bearer of the talisman had very little issue with this stupid roll. It was more like an annoyance that we had to do it than something that was actively hurting our chances. But in this, we're getting much more drama, much more dramatic. It just so happens that Tiaga was building education and getting a lot of extra mind points prior to this, so she's having a much harder time fighting Melar off. And then the random dice rolls are just like totally by chance reflecting her kind of like exhaustion, which is amazing. I love that. All right, it is the monster's turn. Now the deep femmer has already attacked on this turn cycle, so it does not get to attack again. So we need to roll Robert to see if he can get over there to it. However, there is also other searching he could do here. So is he going to search for traps, search for secret doors, go attack, go attack? He's a berserker. He likes attacking. He is indeed going to go attack, as long as he rolls enough to get over there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he can make that work. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we'll push him in there next to Armiel's tail. Swinging his battle axe at the deep femmer, he hits it with a 3. What did I say these guys' defense was? 3. 4, 3, 3. Didn't defend a single one. Okay. Robert decided not to screw around that turn. Okie dokie, Armiel. Let's go ahead and get one of the other searches done. Actually, he can do both of the other ones. It's just a matter of which ones he's doing first. Traps or secret doors? He's going secret doors. And he finds none that I'm allowed to tell you about. He also goes ahead and searches this room for traps. And thanks to the prophecy of Gohan, he finds none. Raptor transform, yes. Valerna. There's actually nothing for Valerna to do because as it appears, there's nowhere else to go in here. Gohan says, excuse you. Tell me about this door. All in due time, all in due time. Valerna, I think, just for drama's sake, we're just going to move her to the side. Oh. Rather than that, actually. Because we need to get Valerna over there, so actually, let's move I said Valerna, Tiaga. Let's move Valerna there, because it is now time for Tiaga's stupid roll, and thanks to Valerna standing next to her, this is going to be +4. She rolled a 7, so +4 barely gets her up to 11, so no damage for Tiaga this turn. And then we are going to move Tiaga up to the effigy. She presents the vial that Mentor told her to present. And rather than Telor's spirit, the tomb transforms into a table, and a secret door is opened. Turns out this was a defense mechanism to keep out tomb raiders, essentially. Now, out this new... Yeah, no Lara Croft here. See, was that so hard? That's great, go on. Out this new door here. Now, we may not have any raiders here, but this tomb has been negatively affected by the dread magic of Zargon, as well as the reanimation magic of the Witch Lord. Now, while the Witch Lord is defeated, the animation magic that he put into place still had plenty of time to work. So there are a whole bunch of undead monsters hanging out down here with the actual tomb of Telor. So we are starting off by putting in a whole bunch of doors, and also a zombie and a Chaos Warrior. And boy, let me tell you, there are more than a few Chaos Warriors down here in the tomb. So all the vial did in this case was kind of dispel a protection spell. And Tiaga technically has another action left, but she's already moved. She can't see either of those monsters to attack. There's nothing left to search. So I suppose we are done with the hero's turn, and it is now time for those two monsters to move. Now, I don't think the zombie's gonna get to them. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Not quite, but the Chaos Warrior might. I think they move 7. Is that correct? Yes, Chaos Warriors move 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so neither of them quite got to the heroes, but they were kind of sprung on them. So not too big of a deal there. Robert Tylan, let's get up to that Chaos Warrior and do some damage. How about 1, 2, 3. Robert swings his battle axe at the Chaos Warrior, but misses. Slow clap for Robert. Way to go, idiot. Armiel. Can we get Armiel up to that zombie, maybe? No. 1, 2, 3, 4. However, he can still shoot, as all raptors can, with a gun. No, no, with a wand. Or whatever. Armiel fires at the zombie. And also misses. Apparently, these monsters are also very fast. Gohan says, boo, Robert. Cody said that move made me want to bully Robert. F, yeah. He's going back and forth. Because, like, he had a couple of really good rolls there. But then, like, kind of generally, he's been rolling garbage. Valerna. Okay. Is there anything she can... Now, she doesn't gain anything by going up to that zombie. However, we don't really want Armiel to lose shapeshift. So I think we will try to prevent that zombie from attacking Armiel by going up to it. She doesn't gain any dice from being close range, but protecting Armiel might be a good thing strategically speaking. She swings her longsword at the zombie, hitting it with a 1, which it blocks. Okay, and that takes us to Tiaga, who is going to benefit +3 from her stupid roll here. And she rolled a 7. Unfortunately, 10 is not quite enough. She takes damage, dropping her to 4 body points. Bruh, yeah. Two, like, theoretically easy monsters really shouldn't have been that big of a deal. Okay, I think it's going to be good for Tiaga to just get next to somebody and shoot. Robert would benefit from the help more. So let's go ahead and move her behind Robert. So theoretically, if he's still there by the time she's getting her next turn, she gets extra dice, or extra added to her stupid roll. Also, she sends a blast of energy at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 1, which it blocks. I just realized too, she killed that goblin earlier, didn't she? Which means she did get the ability to cast Demon Form back. Ooh, gifting a potion of healing. Very nice. Who's getting the potion of healing? For Tiaga, since she's being stupid. Yeah, agree. Agreed. We'll go ahead and bump her right back up to 8 body points with that potion of healing. Try and keep her in the game for as long as possible. Again, she doesn't die if she reaches 0. She is knocked unconscious, so it's almost worse. Worse from a certain viewpoint, being that we don't get to roll a 4th hero to come into the quest to help. So if she gets knocked unconscious, she's just kind of like out of the quest for the rest of the quest, unless we use something to heal her. Since she's not dead, we can do that. Okay, monster's turn. The zombie swings a cleaver at Valerna, hitting her with a 1, which she blocks. Cody says, I'd rather the other heroes not have to drag her body around. Agreed. That was definitely an annoyance in the last quest. She went unconscious twice and just kind of laid there. And the Chaos Warrior swings its axe at Robert, hitting him with a 4. And he does not block a single one of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dropping Robert down to 5. Now, I swear, if he dies... Now, you guys know me. I've made my intentions quite clear several times about not disliking heroes to die. But if they're being stupid like this, that's totally different than they died because a bunch of extra monsters got spawned on them and there was nothing they could have done. You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of being he's being real stupid right now. Not rolling skulls for attack and not rolling shields for defense. Come on now. Okie dokie. Back to Robert. Indeed, now that I've talked a little bit of smack about him, let's see if that did him any good for an attack. He swings his battle axe at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 2. That's better than nothing. That's okay. But it blocks both. Cody says, I'm not even going to death save him if that happens. Yeah. It's one thing if the heroes like went out valiantly, but they did their best. It's another thing if the hero was just like, I feel like I'm just not going to roll stuff. Whatever. Just not feeling it right now. I don't know. What can I say? Robert, is there anything else he can do? He could throw his magical throwing daggers, but it just feels kind of like a waste. Yeah. Okay, we will move over to Armiel. Now, between these two, there's really no reason they shouldn't be able to get rid of that zombie. Armiel fires a blast of energy at the zombie, hitting it with a 2. The zombie blocks 1 and takes the other, so damaged but not destroyed. And that takes us to Valerna, who also swings her longsword at the zombie, hitting it with a 1. Which luckily the zombie doesn't block. Luckily and kind of surprisingly, the zombie does not block and is destroyed. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and send her over there to help with the Chaos Warrior, especially since Robert's starting to get low on health. We'll at least provide it with a potential alternate target. Okay. I should have engaged his retaliation skill when he got hit just there too, but I forgot. So try and remember that next time. Next time he gets hit, he can retaliate based on his berserker skill. Tiaga. Tiaga is going to get +4 for her stupid roll. And she has rolled an 8, so luckily no damage for her this time. Let's go ahead and cast the demon form again, I think. Just to get an extra attack dice out of this, even if she loses it basically immediately. She might as well benefit from that extra attack as often as she can. Firing a blast of demonic energy at the Chaos Warrior. She hits it with a 2. And it does not defend either one. Damaged but not dead. Yes, this is also an apt description for me and Savannah, and I imagine several of you in the chat as well. Damaged but not dead. Cody says, can we force Tiaga to bang her head on the wall a few times to dumb down? Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
Stupid.
She will actually benefit in that way at the end of this quest. Not by much, but at least any little thing is going to help her. Okay, that's going to take us back to the monster's turn. The Chaos Warrior is now presented with 2 potential targets. It is going to attack. It's going to stay on Robert. Swinging its axe, it hits Robert with a 3. Defend at least one of these, Robert. Come on. Okay. Passive-aggressive compliance. He defends 1, dropping him down to 3. Now, this is going to engage his retaliation skill. Cody says, that's fine. She can just read the Lord of the Rings books between now and then. There you go. That's bound to make anybody feel dumb, that's for sure. This skill can only be used if you have 5 or fewer body points, which he does. You may use the skill immediately after you have taken damage from an adjacent monster. Immediately make an attack against that monster. This does not use up an action for your next turn. So in retaliation for the damage he took, Robert swings his battle axe, hitting the Dread Warrior with a 2. The Dread Warrior blocks both. Sorry, I said Dread Warrior. Chaos Warrior blocks both. Wow. Okay. Well, it is Robert's turn, so he again swings his battle axe at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 1. Which it doesn't block, but it's still not dead. Down to 1 body point, this guy. Do we get Robert out of there? I mean, the Chaos Warrior could take him out, and he doesn't have any healing. I think we probably ought to move him backwards. Or Tiaga's got a healing spell. As does our meal. Okay. I would actually prefer Robert to stay close range, so let's leave him there. Okay, that's going to take us to Armiel, speaking of Armiel, and he is across the room, but he can still shoot at the Dread Warrior, sending a blast of energy. I keep saying Dread Warrior, Chaos Warrior, sending a blast of energy at the Chaos Warrior. He hits it with a 1, which it blocks. And just because, let's move Armiel just the slightest bit. I just dislike his positioning. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll get him a little closer to the door and the Chaos Warrior since he's not helping in other ways. Valyria swings her longsword at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 2. It blocks 1, but takes the other one, which is its final body point, meaning it is finally destroyed. Okay. That was a near miss in terms of Robert taking dumb amounts of damage when there are still a lot of monsters left in this quest. Ooh, buddy. Okay, now Valyria does not have any healing spells that she can cast on Robert. She could move over to him and give him a potion of healing. Yeah, I kind of like that idea better. Or do I? Yeah, you know what? I think I want Tiaga to cast a healing spell on him, actually. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. So what we're going to do with Valyria's other action is get her next to Tiaga to kind of help out with the stupid roll. And then it is Tiaga's turn. Now, Tiaga is going to get +5 for her stupid roll. Oop. Dice on the wall. And she rolled a 9, so definitely no damage this turn, which is very nice, especially considering she has the demon form. She is going to cast Heal Body on Robert, which is going to give him 4 body points back. He's going to need it. 1, 2, 3, and 4, which puts him back up to 7. And then she is going to move. pretty good move too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is she gonna stop here for fear of traps? Oh, Tiaga. No, she is not. And what happens, dear voidlings, when the heroes do not search for traps and just step out into the hallway?
No trap.
She has stepped on a swinging blade trap, which is one of the more lethal ones and one that we see rare enough that I'm not 100% sure what it does. So let me pull out my big old rule book and we'll find out. If a hero moves onto a square containing a swinging blade trap, a huge axe swings out from a hidden alcove in the ceiling. The hero must roll 2 combat dice and lose 1 body point for each skull rolled. The hero cannot defend this. If the hero manages not to roll any skulls, they have successfully jumped out of the way of the swinging blade and may move 1 square in any direction away from the trap. This ends their turn. If a hero is hit by the blade at all, the hero should move backward 1 square so that they are no longer standing on the trap square. This also ends their turn. Swinging blade traps can be disarmed. Okay, but do they disappear once they've triggered? Until it is disarmed, a swinging blade trap will trigger every time a hero steps on the trap square. Monsters do not trigger the swinging blade trap. There you go. That's probably bad news for her, I imagine. Let's roll her a couple of dice. And unfortunately, she does get hit 1 by the swinging blade, dropping her to 7 body points, destroying the demon form spell, and sending her back 1 step. Unfortunate, but also totally avoidable if she had just searched first. Okay, back to the front of the hero's turn. It is now Robert's turn, and pretty much everybody can disarm traps except for Valerna, thanks to the item swap triggered at the beginning of the quest. I don't remember who did that. Was that you there now? Was it you there that triggered that item swap? So Valerna can't do anything about this trap, but everybody else has a 50-50 chance of getting rid of it. Okay. Now I'm a little hesitant to have Robert try and do that since he's already a little bit low. Honestly, our best bet for trying to get rid of it is Armiel, just from in terms of body points. But I don't want to just skip Robert either. So let's see what happens. Maybe he won't even roll enough to get over there. 8 is not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Robert Tylan attempts to disarm the swinging blade trap. He needs a shield of either color to be successful. And unfortunately, he has rolled a skull, accidentally triggering the trap, which hits him for 1 body point, dropping him to 6 and sending him back. And obviously, he can't occupy the same square as Tiaga, so we'll just stick him there. Poor Robert, he tried.
And failed again.
Yes, Armiel. Now, Armiel has the most body points. He's got the same odds of disarming that trap as anybody else in the room, but he will lose his shapeshift if he fails and gets hit, which definitely is not fun, but we got to get rid of that trap one way or another, and a 50-50 fail rate is pretty high. So let's give it a try. Armiel steps onto the swinging blade trap and attempts to disarm it, and is unsuccessful. The swinging blade triggers again, hitting him for 1 body point, dropping him to 8, and destroying the shapeshift spell, sending him backwards into Tiaga, like so. 50-50 for a trap like this is not fun. Okay, Valerna is the only one who can't attempt to disarm it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll just kind of move her up towards it. Even if she had been able to, she didn't roll enough up to get up there. Tiaga is going to get +5 for her stupid roll. She rolled a 7, so she's good on that. Let's again attempt to disarm this trap. Just like the others, she has a 50-50. She just needs a shield of either color. And she is unsuccessful. The trap again triggers, this time hitting her for the full 2 body points, dropping her to 5 and sending her backwards yet again.
Idiots.
Are we soft locked right here? Do the heroes die trying to disarm a trap?
They're all dumb.
Wouldn't that be the stupidest thing? If even one of them dies trying to disarm this trap, that will be extremely upsetting. That would be the stupidest way to die.
Ever.
And as I mentioned, there are still like a lot of monsters left in this quest. Like they're gonna need to, we might have to not separate them if they don't knock this crap off. Okay, back to the beginning of the turn. I suppose that means that again, it is Robert Tylan attempting to disarm this trap. 1, 2. Is he successful? Nope, he sure is not. Only getting hit for 1. And moving backwards. We're gonna switch out the dice. We're gonna try a different dice. Armiel attempts to disarm the trap and is unsuccessful. The swinging blade comes down, but Armiel luckily is able to dive out of the way of the trap, and I think we are going to send him forward so that at least somebody has gotten beyond the trap and doesn't have to keep freaking stepping on it. So at least he was smart enough to anticipate potentially failing to disarm the trap and rolling out of the way. Justice has bad dice, huh? Yeah, no kidding. I don't know that we've ever had this much trouble disarming a single trap. That's kind of ridiculous. Okie dokie, that is going to take us to Valerna, who, I mean, we could have her step on it, but it would be an attempt to jump it rather than an attempt to disarm it, which would be stupid, honestly. There's an incredibly low chance of her getting the same roll that Armiel just did to move on past it. So instead, I suppose we'll just move her up here adjacent to Tiaga. Tiaga is now going to get +4 for her roll. She is adjacent to 2 heroes. Armiel is no longer helping her with that roll because he's not in the same room as she is. She rolls an 11, so even without help, she is successful in fighting off Melar for this turn. Let's again attempt to get rid of that trap. She finally rolls a white shield, successfully disarming the swinging blade trap. Those things are a pain in the butt. This would have been a very handy place to have Grimina, because Grimina would be extremely likely to disarm that trap successfully.
She could have looked at it every time.
Yeah.
All she had to do was glance at it.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Really wouldn't look at it.
I'm disappointed to see that our Grimina icon or emote still has not been approved. Check just to see if it was in there. It's not. Hopefully tomorrow night we'll have a Muppet Grimina emote to throw around as well. All right, back to the beginning of the hero's turn because we got no monsters on the board. It is Robert's turn, and I am definitely nervous about the amount of body points that we have across all the heroes right at the moment. We may want to have Tiaga go ahead and cast her other healing spell on one of the other heroes just in an attempt to keep everybody alive. Kinda wild. Robert. Now let's not forget that this hallway that Armiel and Tiaga are standing in has still not been searched for traps. Just because they found one doesn't mean there aren't any others. So right off the bat, 1, Robert, are we searching for traps? No. 2, 3, 4. Let's go ahead and have him open this door. Luckily that square is not trapped. In the small room right here, we find no further doors. There is, however, a treasure chest, as well as a mummy. Okay, Robert, are we searching for traps inside the room? No. He steps on a pit trap because he's dumb. Does he jump over the pit trap he just stepped on? No, he doesn't. He falls in the pit trap, because if this particular group of heroes is anything, it is extremely dumb. Falling in the pit trap and losing 1 body point, knocking him down to 4 body points total. If there's any good news, it's that the mummy cannot attack him while he is in the trap, and the other heroes can jump over the trap without having to roll for it. 2 heroes can't occupy the same pit trap, so I guess there's a benefit. Our meal, on the other hand, is just going to hang out in the doorway because he does attack better at long range. So he is going to send a blast of energy at the mummy, hitting it with a 2. Oh, that's good. Who's that for, Gohan? Hitting the mummy with a 2. The mummy blocks 1, but not the other, so damaged, but not dead. I heard people were dying. Okay. Yes. Yes, we need it. We are going to apply that to Robert. He is the lowest on health. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do what now? Oh, it's probably on cooldown. Ooh, not Robert, LOL. Yes, people are... we don't have anybody that's like on death's doorstep, but they are lower than they should be considering how much quest is left. We're not looking good for the rest of the quest. Valerna, let's get a pretty good dice roll here. How about? That would be helpful. 5 is not what I was talking about. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, she literally can't do anything else. She can search this hallway for stuff, though. Now, we're going to do traps, because again, a secret door search would not yield anything. Every room that they are adjacent to with this hallway has an actual door leading into it, so secret door would not be helpful. She's going to search this hallway for traps, and I guess, thankfully, at this point, there are no further traps in this hallway other than that swinging blade trap. Gohan says, roll better. No kidding. No kidding. That has been a problem over the last couple of nights, because Tuesday night was the same. Rolling absolutely terribly. Gosh, I was so frustrated Tuesday night, I punched the table on stream. Because the dice rolls were so bad. Let's see. Tiaga. Let's see, she's got her stupid roll, and she is benefiting +3. She has rolled a 6, which is unfortunately not quite enough. This drops her to, by the looks of it, 4 body points. It's kind of hard to tell if the 5 was crossed out already. I don't think it was. I don't think I did a good job erasing the damage last time. Okay, I don't think I want her to walk into the room with the mummy. That's probably not really great on her part, but she's not going to be able to get to it any other way. I'm a little nervous to split the heroes up because of the low body points. So, yeah, let's put her in the room with the mummy, actually, I think. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then she's going to be able to attack. I do believe I'm also going to have her drink the potion of strength that she's got. So this is going to give her 2 extra attack dice just for this one attack right here. She swings her broadsword at the mummy, hitting it with a 3. That's pretty decent. And the mummy defends all 3. Jeez. This is how this compounds, you know what I mean? It's like, it's always nights like this where the heroes are already struggling to get good rolls, and then they finally get a good one, and the monster miraculously defends every hit they manage to get. It's like the dice are trying to make you angry. It's insane. It says, like me in the mission last night in Splatoon. Yes! Yeah! Yeah, 100%. All right, well, I guess the mummy is attacking Tiaga. It can't attack Robert because he is down in that pit, so the mummy is going to punch out at Tiaga, hitting her with a critical hit of 3 because, of course, the monsters are getting plenty of skulls. Now watch her not defend a single one of these. Tiaga attempts to defend and only blocks 1, taking 2 of those hits, dropping her to 2 body points. Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, I suppose we will let Robert climb up out of the pit. He doesn't have to disarm that, but it is going to stay there. So he'll climb up out of the pit to help out with this mummy, especially because Tiaga is so low on body points. Swinging his battle axe, He hits the mummy with a 1, which I have to imagine it will defend. Believe it or not, it does not defend that hit. However, it's still not destroyed. It only has 1 body point left. 4 dice and 1 skull. It's wild. Okie dokie, our meal is also going to shoot at the mummy from the doorway. Hitting it with a 2. That's a good sign. And the mummy blocks both. What else can Armiel do? Is there any benefit? Yeah, I think we're going to have him search the room for traps. And luckily that pit trap in the doorway is the only one in that room. The chest is not trapped. Valyria, I suppose there's no point in... she can't occupy any space in that room other than the pit trap. She could try and disarm it, but I don't really think there's that big of a point. Let's let her open that next door. 1, 2, and 3 into the other small room, and we're going to be a little bit strategic about this. It's hard to say if she would have opened this door or the green door, but this is actually going to give us a pretty decent halfway point if we can clear these 2 rooms. This other small room is pretty much a mirror of the room that we're looking at there. A chest in the corner and a mummy guarding it. Valyria, are we searching for traps? Yes, she has learned from Robert's mistake, and well she should, because as I mentioned, this room is a mirror of the other small room we're looking at, and there is a pit trap right in the doorway. Now, she wouldn't have barged in there like Robert did because she can shoot, but it's good to know that at least somebody has a tiny bit of sense. Tiaga, what are we doing here? She is only benefiting +1 for her stupid roll. And she's only gotten an 8, so unfortunately she does take damage, dropping her to a single body point. So we may want to consider, she's got a potion of healing, a potion of rejuvenation, and the Rain of Restoration spell. Gohan says the randomness makes it seems like she had sense. Yeah, makes it seem like she had sense. Yeah, agreed. Normally, they're at least a little more sensible than this. They would never check otherwise, yeah. Unfortunately, too true. Okie dokie, Tiaga doesn't have anything else to boost her attack here, so this is just going to be a regular old swing of the broadsword on the mummy. Now, it only has 1 body point left. And she hits it with a 1. But mummies have lots of defense dice, and it blocked the attack. And it would have blocked even if she had gotten 2. So, ineffective. Now, I think we're going to have her use a potion here. So let's have her drink the potion of healing that she's got, because she is very likely to die. 1, 2, 3, or be knocked unconscious, being that she's the bearer of the Talisman of Lore. She's actually not allowed to die until they solve this problem, or else the whole story is derailed. Which is why they implemented the unconscious thing rather than death. The Dread Spirit Melar will keep her body alive even if she is at 0 body points, which is why she becomes unconscious. Okay, monster's turn. The mummy that is in that room, is it attacking Tiaga or Robert? It is actually going to switch and attack Robert, swinging a fist and hitting him with a 2. He blocks both. Surprising, but very pleasant. The other mummy steps forward and attacks Tiaga, swinging at her and hitting her with a 2. She does not block either, dropping her to 5. That's a little bit more like how this quest has been going, that one right there. Now, she couldn't roll that as an attack to save her life right now. She'll roll it for defense every time, though. Here, let's offset. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to roll the dice even though there's nothing. This isn't for anything. I'm just rolling the dice to reset it because we keep getting skulls for attacks or shields for attack and skulls for defense. So we're offsetting that roll right there. Back to Robert, now attacking the mummy, swinging his battle axe. He hits it with a 2. The mummy does not block anything. There we go, we fixed it. Mummy is dead. Okay, Robert, are we searching for secret doors or treasure. Now we could have him leave, but he needs 2 actions to attempt to disarm that pit trap. So secret doors or treasure. He is going for secret doors, and there are none in that room. Okay, Armiel. What are we going to do with Armiel? I think let's scoot him over one so that he can help Valerna with this other mummy. Armiel sends a blast of energy at the mummy with his wand, hitting it with a 2. It blocks one, but not the other. Not too bad, not too bad. Valerna swings her longsword at the mummy, also hitting it with a 2. The mummy does not block either of those, and thanks to Armiel's damage, it is actually dead. See, there you go, that offset dice roll. Let's remember that. Next time the dice are making me mad, we'll do an offset dice roll that doesn't mean anything to swap the skulls and shields, and then everything will be fine. Valerna, with her other action, she is going to search for secret doors in that room, and there are none. So now we just need to get those traps gone and those treasure chests searched, and then we'll probably go ahead and call it a night and finish this one up tomorrow night. Okie dokie, Tiaga. She's only getting +1 for her stupid roll again here. And she's only rolled a 7, so unfortunately damaged by Melar, dropping her to 4 body points. Let's have her try to get rid of the trap. We'll let Robert search the treasure chest, I think. So she's still got both of her actions. She attempts to disarm the pit trap. She again needs a shield, either white or black, to be successful. And unfortunately, she falls into the pit, losing a body point and dropping her to 3. Dang it. Ridiculous. No monsters on the board, so it is Robert Tyland's turn. He is going to search that treasure chest for treasure. And he is going to find an Elixir of Life artifact. Well, that might come in handy in this quest where everybody's about to die. So the Elixir of Life artifact is something that you can use on a dead hero to bring them back to life, putting them back up to full body and mind points, and with all of their stuff intact. So Robert has just found that. So as long as he's not the one who dies, they will be able to bring a dead person back. Now this won't have any effect on Tiaga again, because if she gets to 0, she'll be unconscious. So if Armiel or Valerna die, Robert will be able to bring them back. And that will actually be a very nice thing, because I don't know if you guys remember this, several quests ago, Robert died and Valerna used an Elixir of Life on him. So it would actually be kind of returning the favor if she were to die to a monster and then he brings her back. With his other action, we're just going to move him out into the hallway. He doesn't have to worry about the pit trap since Tiaga is standing in it. And we'll just kind of get out of the way so that she can also just crawl up out of that pit trap and not have to worry about it. Nobody has to disarm it then. Somebody does, however, need to cross the pit trap to get into this room. Let's go ahead and see if we can get Armiel across it. 1, 2. Armiel attempts to disarm the pit trap. And of course is not successful, falling into it, losing a body point, and dropping him to 7. This, I guess... Do we send Valerna in there? Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any way around it. This is going to allow Valerna to basically step over his head into the room, ignoring the trap, and searching for treasure in the chest. What she finds is 250 gold coins. That's going to put us up to 1,265 coins total. Okay, and I think this is probably a fairly decent cutoff. It's actually 2 a.m. right on the dot, which is kind of what I was aiming for. So we are at we're absolutely at a halfway point through this quest. There are still a lot of monsters left to go. We've got a good time. We should be able to finish this in about the same amount of time tomorrow night. So we will be hopefully talking to the spirit of Telor the Wizard tomorrow with these heroes, who will give them some more insight on what to do about the talisman, what to do about the dread spirit of Melar, and help Tiaga out a little with this stupid roll. And I do mean a little, but any help is going to be necessary considering how many mind points she has. Now, let's not forget as well that she currently has access to 2 dread spells, Lightning Bolt and Firestorm, but if she uses either of them, she gains a mind point. So I've actually not even bothered putting the Firestorm card down here. The Lightning Bolt card is only here because we already had it there. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not intending to use it at any point unless the situation is extremely dire. Because the last thing she needs is to gain any more mind points and just be damaged over and over every turn. But we're getting there. Near to the end of this book, this will be resolved. She will not have to do the stupid roll for the rest of the campaign, which is nice. However, I think that the consequences for getting hit by it does actually get a little worse in the next couple of quests. So that's one of those things. Ash Ketchum is here. Happy weekend. Thank you, and you too. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Hope you're doing good. All right, so the next thing that we need to do is some movie magic, right? So that we, as always, we try to keep our YouTube videos as one big quest, even if the quest is put across several different streams. So what we're gonna do right now, is this gonna become a canon thing? I didn't mean for it to be, but here's our movie magic. And we're back. Let's finish this quest. Okay, we are right at the beginning of the turn. There is no monsters on the board this time, which means I didn't miss the monster's turn like I did last time. However, we do have both Tiaga and Armiel fallen into pit traps. This is not a fantastic way to start a stream, is it? Okay. Now, tonight's quest ought to be interesting for a few reasons, not the least of which being that today, to be fair, between 2 meals, I ate 1 entire buffalo chicken pizza. So you will be experiencing the face of regret throughout tonight's episode. Let's get started with Robert Tylan the Berserker, who is headed, I assume, to that door into the green room. Right? There's nothing else that needs to be done. Yes, he's going right in there. All right. Robert opening the door into the green room, and what is in here is an additional door, a table. This is a tomb. Let's put it under dirt floors. Why is there a table in a tomb? There is also a throne and also a Chaos Warrior. Hey, yes, thank you. Cody says, I just realized I haven't ate today and I've been up since 7. Oof. Gohan says, new emote potential, yes. And you guys are reminding me I did not start the music. Thank you very much for that, because I am so bad about remembering that when we start in the middle of a quest. I remember to do it when I gotta read the quest text, but if I don't have that trigger of the quest text, it doesn't trigger the music in my brain. Why is there a tomb around that table, Justin asks. Far better question. Very good. All right, Robert, are we checking for traps before we walk into the room? No. No, he is not. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, he got lucky that there were no traps in there, especially since he didn't search for them. All right. Robert swings his battle axe at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 2. That's not a bad way to start. And the Chaos Warrior does not defend either one. Taking 2 still has 2. And Gohan says we don't need to know. Yes. Rukoro says, had we not played that quest wrong, it could have gone better. A whole Congo line of Dread Warriors after the elf. Yeah. Well, I'm never going to get that image out of my head, Rukoro, of a literal Congo line of Dread Warriors. They just stormed by the elf, and the elf was like, were they going to attack? They're having fun. Okay, Armiel. Armiel is in a pit trap. Now, he does not have to disarm that trap. He totally can just crawl right back out of it. However, Valerna will have to step over it. Now, Armiel kind of is in the best place health-wise. So I think at least this once we're gonna try and have him disarm that trap, just because he's in better health than everybody else. So Armiel attempts to disarm that pit trap. Unfortunately, he is not successful. He falls back into it, suffering another body point of damage and dropping him to 6. He does have a second action, but we'll go ahead and leave him down there for the time being. This is going to allow Valerna to climb up over him without having to do anything else, and then he can also just climb out of it and we don't have to disarm it. Okay, it is Valerna's turn. Valerna, wow, she's moving a 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and we'll go ahead and have her fire at that Chaos Warrior. Putting an arrow in her short bow, she fires, hitting it again with 2. And again, it doesn't defend anything. Okay. Heroes off to a stronger start tonight than they did last night. All right, Tiaga, stupid roll. And unfortunately, she is not near anybody, so this just has to be an 11 or a 12, or she takes damage. She rolled an 8, so the Dread Spirit of Melar attacks her, dropping her to 2 body points. Now, just in case anybody needs a refresher, if she reaches 0, she will not be dead. She will just be unconscious. She does have a Potion of Rejuvenation and Rain of Restoration spell to bring her up, but it is questionable whether or not we should use those. Yeah, I had a little feeling there we were going to get a clip of the Dread Conga. Oh, that's great. If we ever end up getting somebody in here, or if any of you ever eventually get good at like making little funny animations, that would be hilarious to see an animated line of Dread Warriors congaing past. Somebody get drawing right immediately. Okay, Tiaga is also able to just climb up out of that pit trap. She's not required to disarm it or anything like that. So let's just get her moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and yeah, let's pause her in that room while she's adjacent to a couple of people and go ahead and take care of some of the searching. She can search for traps, search for secret doors, search for treasure. Those are her options. She doesn't have any sort of preference, so it's any of those 3. She is searching for traps in this room, and there are none. Okay, back to the beginning. It is now Robert Tylan's turn, standing in the green room. His options are search for secret doors. He likes those. So secret doors, treasure, or leave. And he indeed is searching for secret doors, but there are none. Gohan says, Shamrock, figure it out. Agreed. Shamrock could definitely draw it up, but we discussed animating stuff, and that is not necessarily within their skill set at the moment. Cody says, I'd like to imagine that someone gets so inspired by wanting to see an animated Orc Conga line that they master animation to make it happen, then quit and never do it again. Yes. What a saga. That deserves like a Rocky IV level, not compilation. What's the equivalent the equivalent word for compilation but for film? What am I missing here? It's an obvious word that my brain has just decided to lose for no reason. You guys know what I mean. Anyway, second action for Robert. Treasure or leave? Treasure. Just says, I could do a very basic one. Basically still images dancing, right? Right. I feel like their legs got to kick up and stuff, you know what I mean? It's just, they would just sell the image so well. And then we all get together and record all of them going "Hurr" in their armor, and that's the sound effect behind it. Okay, what does Robert find searching for treasure? Oh, he's found a wandering monster. I do believe it's Deep Femmer. Yes, Deep Femmer, the wandering monster in this quest. Just gonna jump right in front of everybody and block everybody till they're gone. Now, of course, the Deep Femmer attacks Robert immediately, swinging its axe and hitting him with a 3. How the defense rolls. Blocked 1, took 2. Could have been better, could have been worse. Robert is down to 6. He must have been healed. I remember him being lower than that. Somebody must have healed him last night near the end. Okay, that was his entire turn. It is now Armiel's turn. He's still back here in the pit trap, but now that he doesn't need to get rid of that for anybody else's safety, he can just crawl up out of there. 1. Oh, he's stuck to the pit trap. But we still got some sticky tack. No, that must have just been the temperature. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And our meal is going to fire at the deep femmer. Rukora says, not to mention, we did a roleplay bit before the quest, won 900 plus gold, got ambushed by goblins riding spiders, got all the gold stolen. Oh, Gohan says me, unfortunately. Justin says, our wizard lost in the woods for 3 months while I gamble all our money away. Oh my gosh. That's funny. All right, Armiel, firing a blast of energy from the Redwood Wand at the Deep Femmer. He hits it with a 2. Let me refresh on stats. 4 attack, 3 defense, 3 body points. Hits it with a 2, and it does not block either one, so damaged but not dead. All right, moving on, it is now Valerna's turn, and she is also in a position to fire at that Deep Femmer and hopefully get rid of it. Putting an arrow in her short bow, she fires at the Deep Femmer and totally misses. Uh-oh. Are the rolls turning around? Nothing Valerna can do. All the searching has been done, and they cannot get past that Deep Femmer until it is gone. Tiaga's stupid roll. She is going to benefit, let's see. Oh my gosh, actually, she is going to benefit +6 because she is adjacent to everybody. What have we got? 6 + 6 is 12, so she is luckily not damaged on this turn, and we need to maybe consider... I'd really like for her Rain of Restoration spell to go towards somebody else, if I'm being completely honest. Since she's not gonna die if she hits 0. We're not really in a fantastic spot with the healing stuff, because she's got a couple of healing things, but it seems, since she's not gonna die, it seems silly to waste stuff on her, whereas the other heroes might die. Only time she'll ever make the roll. Yeah, no kidding. 1 in 26 says pointy ear. We do have an elf tonight. Valerna there in the blue. Right at the moment is our only actual elf in the heroes ranks, but it won't stay that way. We will be getting a fairly considerable amount more elves later on in the campaign. At the moment, she's the only one. Oh, let's see. It is... Did I skip Robert? No. No, the Femmer's there because he found it. Okay. Tiaga. She just did her stupid roll, but she can now attack. She fires a blast of energy from her Redwood Wand at the Deep Femmer, hitting it with a 1, which is all the points it has left. However, it's pretty easy to defend. And it does indeed defend that hit. Gohan says if she's unconscious, she can't heal anyone. Very true. The health. Yeah. Very true. So if she's going to use that Rain of Restoration spell on somebody other than herself, she better be getting onto it. Completely agree. 1 in 26 says, I can't pay attention tonight. I got about 4 hours of work into organizing books and documents. Yep, totally understood, man. As always, happy to see you here. Glad you checked in. Hope you're feeling all right. Okie dokie, monster's turn. Now, that Deep Femmer has already attacked on this turn cycle, given it was quite a bit ago in the turn cycle, but it did attack already. So we are back to Robert. Robert swinging the battle axe at the Deep Femmer, hitting it with a 3. This is going to be difficult for it to survive. It would have to get a statistically very unlikely roll of 3 black shields to survive this hit. And unfortunately, it did not. Oh, I love it. Thank you for the first time chat, Comics Bill. I feel like we've seen you before, right? I'm not sure if my chat is correct if that is a first time chat, but good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Comics Bill says, so she's the elf on the health. Yeah, no kidding. Yes, she is. 100% accurate. All right, let's see what else. Robert is going to go ahead and move. This room's all searched out. He's killed the Femmer, so let's keep on moving. Moving a couple of squares up to that door, he is going to open it, and we'll check out what is in the red room. There is Another door. I popped in once or twice before. I thought so. Twitch marked that as a first-time chat, but I don't think that's right. I've seen that username before, absolutely. Well, good to see you. Let's see. Also in this room is a bookshelf, at least a little bit more fitting for the tomb of a wizard. Bookshelf right there. We've also got a skeleton, a zombie, and another Chaos Warrior. All right, skeleton, zombie, and Chaos Warrior. There we go. There's where the zombie is. There's the skeleton. One says a skeleton, a zombie, and a Chaos Warrior walk into a bar. Yes. Or in this case, awake in a tomb. There's some sort of joke in there for sure. A skeleton, a zombie, and a Chaos Warrior walk into a bar. Okay, Robert, are we searching for traps before we walk into the room there? Yes, he is. That's kind of surprising. However, the prophecy of Gohan is in full effect. There are no traps in that room. All right, Armiel the Druid. What's he need to do to get his shapeshift back? He is 4 points down on health, and he's got a healing spell, but it's only going to heal him 2. Okay, so there's not really much he can do. We'll save his healing spell for now. Let's get him moving. Justin says, I've been getting into Warhammer a bit more, and the current Chaos Warriors look so cool. Nice. I've seen some pictures of them occasionally, but I can't imagine the pictures I've seen are current Chaos Warriors, honestly. It's been long enough that I imagine those are still fairly dated. But I know the ones that I saw definitely looked more updated than the Chaos Warriors present from the 1989 Hero Quest, for sure. I'd like to see those. Pop one of those pictures in the Discord there, for sure, if you happen across one. Armiel, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, everybody else is gonna go in that room too, right? Like, he's not gonna screw himself if he just walks in there, I imagine. Let's see, does he have a close or long range preference? He does prefer close range. I was gonna say, he attacks better at long range. He really ought to prefer long range. Let's march him in there just so that we don't cheese the room one monster at a time, but I do think we're gonna have him fire at the skeleton just because he attacks better at long range. Firing a blast of energy at the skeleton, Armiel hits it with a 1, and the skeleton blocks. Poor Armiel. Okay, all right. Cody says the skeleton, a zombie, and a Chaos Warrior walk into a bar. The bartender says, what'll it be? The skeleton says, just a glass of water. The zombie says, I'll have whatever's fresh. The Chaos Warrior slams his axe on the counter and growls, blood for the blood god. The bartender looks at all three and replies, fine, but if anybody starts another end times campaign in here, you're all paying for the damages. Yes. Fantastic. Comics Bill says, Justin, I've been working on Emperor's Children. Just finished my Fulgrim last week. Nice. I need to look more at some of that stuff. I tend to keep my Hero Quest a little bit more pure nowadays. It used to be filled with a lot of stuff from different games. Nowadays, I keep mostly to just Hero Quest stuff, but I still find a lot of interest in all of that stuff. It's neat to look at what else is in there, especially when we get more into custom campaign stuff. It'll be interesting to get some stuff in here that's not too far outside the realm of what Hero Quest has established. Kind of as a generality, at least. Okie dokie, let's see, Valerna. Now I'm going to say Valerna probably shouldn't be able to see anything from clear back here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I mean, real technically that skeleton is within her range, and it would maybe benefit Tiaga for her to stay adjacent, but I don't want to predicate every movement of the quest on that either. Let's get her a little closer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From the corner here, she can definitely see either the zombie or that skeleton. Let's go for the skeleton, just because she's a little more likely to kill that one. Firing an arrow from her short bow. She hits the skeleton with a 1. Not gonna kill it like that. It doesn't block, but it is still not destroyed. Justin says, I want to get into Age of Sigmar stuff because I can use that in Hero Quest and Daggerheart as well. There you go, yeah. Multiple use case, I'd say that justifies the cost. To the extent, of course, that the cost is not totally ridiculous. And Comics Bill says, the fantasy line of Age of Sigmar has some beautiful models that would work in any fantasy game. Yes, I definitely need to look some more at those. I'm sure I saw those back in the day when we were going to the store that's about an hour away from where we live a little bit more often. Because that would have been back in the day when that stuff was, you know, constantly in active use. Interested in Heroscape as well, yes. I have quite a bit of Heroscape stuff from the original run. Now, they also did a Kickstarter and a relaunch like right after HeroQuest did, and I don't have any of that relaunch stuff, but I've still got a lot of the original stuff, which I think we'll probably use in the final quest of this campaign, which I'm intending to be an outdoor, kind of like a war. Lots of monsters, all the heroes that we have, and I feel like the terrain of Heroscape will play better with that idea than the HeroQuest board will. That stuff, if nothing else, for the terrain, for sure. The minis are also neat, and the original stuff came pre-painted. The new stuff doesn't. Okie dokie, stupid roll for old Tiaga. Now she is going to be at +2 because she's still in the same room as Robert and Valerna, but I imagine she's going to get damaged. Yes, she has only scored an 8 there, so the Dread Spirit of Melar damages her, dropping her to 1 body point, which means we kind of need to make a decision on whether we are going to utilize any of her healing stuff on her or let her faint. Okay, it is actually her turn. So I'd be interested in what you guys' opinion is, because she very likely on the next turn she will go unconscious. Now, we can still heal her. That doesn't mean she's 100% out of this quest. Other characters could use potions on her. She also could use her potion of rejuvenation despite being unconscious. I know that doesn't make a lot of real world sense, but technically the game mechanics allow her to do that. Do we let her go unconscious, or do we utilize her healing spell? Or will somebody redeem a potion? Well, that answers that question. Okay. Cody, I assume that's for Tiaga, before I erase any damage. They don't need to carry her body. Yes, that's right, you did say that last night, yes. 1, 2, 3, and 4 means that she is back up to 5. So she's back in the game, at least for a little while, absolutely. Okay, with her turn, then, let's go ahead and move her up a little bit closer to everybody, and let's have her try and fire at that Dread Warrior, just because. I think she can't... Maybe she could see the skeleton from that position, but definitely not the zombie. Let's just fire at the Dread, or the Chaos Warrior. It's a little bit more of an obvious target. Firing a blast of energy, she misses. She's not feeling it, all right? She's getting the crap beat out of her by a Dread Spirit on a talisman that's stuck around her neck. She's not feeling great. Yeah, F in the chat. 100%, yeah. Okay. Well, my little strategic gambit putting Armiel in the room did not work out even one bit. He is now surrounded by monsters. First off, the zombie that is already adjacent to him swings its cleaver, hitting Armiel with a 1, which he blocks. And then is it the skeleton or the Chaos Warrior that's going to take up that other space? It is the Chaos Warrior. That's a little bit unfortunate. Chaos Warrior swings his axe at Armiel, hitting him with a 4. Ouch. He blocks 2 to his credit. That's about as good as you can ask for. This still drops him to 4. 4 body points. Cody says, I regret gifting that potion now. Well, you know how it goes. We can definitely back him out of that room. He is 100% capable of hit and run on the next turn, and he does have a healing spell. It's not a very good one, but he won't be totally screwed. We're just going to have to... We're low on body points and also somewhat low on healing measures. We're going to have to play the rest of this quest kind of smart, because there are a lot of Chaos Warriors in this quest, and they hit hard. All right, Robert. Okay, speaking of not playing very smart, Robert cannot use long-range attacks. He has absolutely nothing that he can do, although Okay, I changed my mind. There is one thing that he can do that I think we're going to have him do. He does not have long-range attacks. However, he does have currently 3 magical throwing daggers in his inventory, which each one is guaranteed to hit a monster for 1 body point, and it cannot defend. So I think what we're going to do, just to have Robert be a little bit useful on this turn, is we're going to have him throw one of the magical throwing daggers at this skeleton, because it is already damaged, and using one of those 3 daggers will kill it. So it is at least still 1 less monster in the room, and Robert got to do something halfway useful on his turn. Tossing a magical throwing dagger at the skeleton, it sticks in the skeleton's skull, causing it to crumble to dust. And Cody says, Robert is still on my list from last night. Yeah, he was doing so bad. So bad last night. Like the list Chris Jericho had, Justin. That's great. Okay, also, because he, technically using an item is not an action. So throwing that dagger is not an action. Robert still has 2 actions left. With his other action, we'll go ahead and have him search that red room for secret doors, just to get out of the way. There aren't any, but at least, again, he was able to do something halfway useful there. It is now Armiel's turn, and as we mentioned, I think we will hit and run. We might go ahead and use up his healing spell too. Or maybe, should we save that for in case he dies? Because you are allowed to save yourself using healing spell even if it's not your turn, if you reach 0 body points, if you have one. So we could go either way with that. He only gets 2 body points from this spell, so it could just like boost him up a little, or it could be insurance for a particularly bad roll. I'm feeling kind of strongly towards that second option now that I say it out loud. Okay, hit and run. Cody says insurance. I agree. Let's go ahead and have Armiel attack that zombie, just because, again, he's a little bit more likely to kill this thing than the Dread Warrior. I doubt he will, but it's possible. He swings with his wooden staff at the zombie, hitting it with a critical hit of 2. Okay, if it doesn't defend. And it doesn't defend. All right, Armiel. Pulling out all the stops after getting a particularly wicked hit from a Chaos Warrior. I like it. But let's back him out of there. He doesn't have particularly strong defense. Actually, nobody on the quest tonight has particularly strong defense. 1 and 2. This is going to take us to Valerna. What does Valerna have that could be useful? She's still got a consuming flame spell. However, that would be better used in a room with multiple monsters. Yeah, I think just shooting is going to be her best bet. Now I'm going to say that she cannot see the Chaos Warrior from her current position, so let's go ahead and move her. This is also going to benefit Tiaga as well. So we'll take Valerna back here. She is going to fit an arrow into her short bow and fire at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 2. That's not bad. And it blocks both. That's bad. Blocks both. That's garbage. All right. There you go. Justin says critical hit. Absolutely. Tiaga, stupid roll. She is benefiting +5, being that she is adjacent to 2 heroes and in the same room as the other one. She rolled a 6, which means +5 gets her to 11, which is the minimum for not getting damaged. Very nice. She is also going to fire a blast of energy at that Chaos Warrior. Does she have any other thing she could do that would be helpful? She could cast Fear on it, but again, it's kind of questionable whether or not it's necessary. That Rain of Restoration is looking pretty good for some of our heroes that are in bad shape, too. Yeah, we might want to consider doing that. Valerna and Armiel are both at the same amount of health. They both have 5 body points. If Tiaga were to cast that Rain of Restoration, what would be the vote? Who do you guys think? Should it be Armiel the Druid or Valerna the Elf who gets a healing spell if Tiaga was to do that? Or should she cast it on herself? I don't know. What do you guys think? It would not be wasted on any of the 4 heroes. And Cody says he's a very observant Chaos Warrior. Yes, he is. All right, shooting a blast of energy at the Chaos Warrior. Tiaga fires, hitting it with a 1. And it doesn't block, to be fair. At least she got a little bit of chip damage in on there. Cody votes for Valerna. Any other options? What do you guys think there? I can get behind that for sure. Valerna's got some good stuff. Valerna also has 2 potions of healing. So she could heal herself, but the spell is a little bit more viable than a potion, being that the spell is replenished every quest and the potion is not. Potion has to be found or bought for a fair amount of coins. Rookie needs to learn, Cody says. Yes. Okay, let's do it. Tiaga is going to cast the Rain of Restoration spell on Valerna the Elf. This heals 5 of her body points. This is a tier 2 spell, so it is a little bit stronger. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This pops Valerna back up to 10, which makes her by far the strongest hero in the quest at the moment, anyway. Which I imagine is going to sincerely help because, again, as I mentioned, there are a lot of Chaos Warriors in this quest. So somebody's going to need some health to try and deal with those guys. Okay, monster's turn. The Chaos Warrior advances and attacks Robert, swinging its axe and hitting him with a 4. Ooh. Okay, he's not going to die, but this is not going to be a good hit. Robert attempts to defend, blocks 1, and takes 3, dropping him to 3. However, this also activates his retaliation skill. We're on an ad break, so we got to have the nose blow thing, yes. Now, he's able to do this twice per quest, and this is the second time. Only the first time for tonight, but second time this quest. You may use the skill immediately after you have taken damage from an adjacent monster. Immediately make an attack against that monster. This does not use up an action for your next turn. Now, that only works if he's at 5 or less, and he is. In retaliation, he swings his battle axe at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 2. And it does not defend either one. Very nice retaliation, Robert. Yes, Cody says, I swear this better work this time. Yeah, that's right. I remember he did retaliation last night. I don't remember how the retaliation went, but I do remember that his enrage, when he used that enrage last night, it just didn't, he got like 1 or something out of 6 dice and the monster defended it, right? So frustrating. Okay, and ironically, it is also Robert's turn now, so he gets to attack yet again, swinging his battle axe again at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it again with 2, and it does not defend. There you go, Robert, picking it up. Yeah, Cody says that enrage only enraged me. Agreed, and same here. Okie dokie, Robert is then making a move into the room, and I imagine the only thing we need to consider here, because this room has been searched for traps and secret doors, still needs treasure. He doesn't have the action to do it, and we got a whole bunch of heroes who could do it, but it's also not very smart of him to go ahead and open that door. Other than he's the only hero who doesn't have long range, so it makes sense for him to be close, the one who's taking the hits and dealing them back out. He also does not have any healing insurance if somebody happens to hit him particularly hard. We are at such a strategically odd point in this quest. I think it would be silly to have him open that door when he doesn't have an action to do anything about what might be behind it. Yeah, especially with no healing insurance. What we need is maybe to have Valerna pass one of the potions of healing she's got over to him. Oh, there you go. Okay. Well, maybe we'll change our tune a little bit. Cody's hitting with the redeems and helping me make up my mind, that's for sure. He killed a Chaos Warrior, he gets a present. That's fair, that's fair. And that's probably going to make the difference for the whole quest, honestly. So Potion of Restoration immediately heals all body points. And that is going to put him clear back up to 14. 14 is his max. I think he has the most body points out of any hero that we have, just because he's been building the Constitution skill set. That's some Hunger Games stuff there. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I agree, Gohan. That's 100% it. Okay, well, considering he's now at full health, let's go ahead and open that door. His turn wasn't over yet. We hadn't done the next thing. Okay, in this brown wooden room, we have yet another door. I do think this quest is mostly linear. Not entirely, but mostly linear for the rest. So we will have all heroes together, which is also nice when they're this kind of generally low on body points, although that's not necessarily true anymore. Another bookshelf and yet another set. Skeleton zombie chaos warrior walking into a bar. Skeleton zombie. Oh, and this is the fancy, my sister painted zombies. The only mini I have that my sister painted. And chaos warrior. Chaos warrior here. Zombie right here. And skeleton right up here. Cody says, some of you may die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. Yes. And Gohan says, if you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain, yes. Did you guys know that song is actually called Escape? Like the official title of the pina colada song is Escape, and it was later subtitled Escape the Pina Colada Song. Isn't that so weird? That's never stopped being weird to me. That song just doesn't feel like an escape. I guess, so a band that I was in for a long time, technically still in, but not necessarily as active anymore, also had a song called Escape that was a very fast pace, kind of one of the heavier songs we had, where we had gang vocals shouting stuff and all sorts of things. So like having this like nice laid back thing just doesn't read to me as Escape. Exactly. Cody remembers. Cody was also in that band, but not during the time period where that particular song was written. Okay, Armiel is next. So is Armiel attacking or taking care of the treasure search in the red room? Let's park him right here until we find out. So if it's a red card, he's going to search for treasure, and indeed it is. So he's kind of out of the way there so that he's not blocking other heroes from getting into a good spot. Yes, Cody says no, but I have the CD. Yes, that song is also on all the streaming services now. It wasn't for a long time, but it has been now since 2019. Gohan says, my mom had a 72 of it. Oh, that's fantastic. So, of course, it would have said Escape right across the top. Yes. Let's see what Armiel finds. Another wandering monster. We're down to the nitty-gritty of the treasure pile. And I did feel like we were getting awfully lucky with the treasure searches recently. So, I feel like a lot of the rest of the treasure pile is going to be wandering monsters. So, another Deep Femmer pops out. Ooh, not on camera. There we go. And attacks Armiel, swinging its axe. And hitting him with a 1. At least it kind of went easy on him. Which he blocks. Okay, and he moved and searched, so that's it for his turn. I think there was a short time period where I worked at Dollar General here in the town that I live. There's 2 of them, but I worked at one of them. And it was not until I worked there that once I heard the Pina Colada song clearly enough over the overhead speakers to be able to really understand the rest of the lyrics to that song. That song is awful. It's such a terrible subject matter, like about a married couple who are so dissatisfied that they decide to cheat on each other and then end up not doing it completely by accident. Because when they finally go through with attempting to cheat on each other, they just discover that it was still the 2 of them that they had been flirting with outside. It's such an odd concept, but terrible. Yeah, it's funny, but it's terrible. Valerna. Well, I kind of feel like we need to take care of the Deep Femmer situation now. Let's get Valerna up there to the Deep Femmer. She attacks the same close range and long range when she's not at full health, and will at least give that Femmer some options for other people to attack. She swings her longsword at the Deep Femmer, hitting it with a 2. And it blocks both. Wow. Yeah, Cody says, yep, isn't it romantic? Okie dokie, and that takes us to Tiaga, and unfortunately she's doing her stupid roll all by her lonesome here. And she's only rolled a 6, being attacked by the Dread Spirit of Melar and dropping her to 4 body points. One, 2, and 3. And let's also have her help with that Deep Femmer. Sending a blast of energy at the Deep Femmer. She totally misses it. Ah, man, Tiaga is not being very helpful in this quest. Again, she's got a pretty good excuse, but sucks. I have actually performed that song on stage with the band a couple of years ago when I filled in with a local cover band called Dyslexic Funk. They wanted to do that song, and that was rather funny because nobody saw it coming. Monster's turn. Deep Femmer's not going to attack, but one of these guys is. So let's see. We got low card, medium card, high card. Excuse me, that's a queen, so that is the skeleton. Queen skeleton, swinging its scythe at Robert, hitting him with a 1, which he blocks. Pretty good excuse, yeah, no kidding. She comes in the door at home after a long day, hangs her hat on the hook, drops her suitcase. Her wife's like, "How was work?" And Tiaga's like, "Well, you know, spent all day getting attacked by the Dread Spirit of Melar. I don't know, what did you do?" Let's see, Robert Tylan swinging his battle axe at the skeleton and missing. Robert. Shame. Shame, Robert. How could you? 4 dice and not a single thing. Is there anything we can do about that? No. Okay, I was looking at his frenzy skill, but he's got to be really low on health for that. And thanks to Cody's potion, he no longer is, which is definitely not a complaint. He's in a good spot right now, and we want to keep him that way. Tiaga just wants a shot of Malort. It will be okay. Gohan says, "You thought he was worth saving." Yeah, apparently he's taken this as an excuse to be lazy. Cody says, "Why does it autocorrect like that?" Right, yeah. I've noticed that with other people. It corrects Tiaga to Tiago. Yeah. Is that something you can turn off in Twitch, I wonder? I turn off autocorrect in everything. I'm such a control freak that I hate it when my phone corrects me. Like, no, I wanted it spelled like that. Stop messing with it. Armiel. We're gonna poke Armiel back 1 and let him fire, because again, he does do a little bit better at long range. Sending a blast of energy with his Redwood Wand. He hits the Deep Femmer with a 1, which it blocks. Gohan says, "If I turn off autocorrect, everything comes out wrong." See, I swear, now here's an excuse from me, because it's statistically much more likely to be me making an excuse than what I'm about to say being correct. But I used to be really good at typing really fast on my phone and it all being correct. And I'm a fairly good speller and, those sorts of things. But recently, it feels like I can't spell a single thing right. I can't type fast. I can't spell a single thing right on my phone. And it's like, I don't know if like they've updated the keyboard and the letters are like just slightly in different spots than what my muscle memory is used to or what, but I can't do a single thing right all of a sudden. So Gohan says, "I can tell it to save a way I spell something as correct." Right, I've had to do that with a couple of things. Even though I've turned autocorrect off, it having the like red dotted line under it as if I've spelled it wrong sometimes in certain documents, like for example, Zargon. Any document I've ever typed the word Zargon, it puts that red dotted line under it, so I put that in there. Yeah, Cody says I can, but sometimes accidentally saying duck makes my day better. Yeah, absolutely. I fat finger B instead of space a lot. Same, absolutely. Okay, Armiel moved in attack. It is Valerna's turn. She is also attacking the Deep Femmer, swinging her long sword, and again, only hitting it with a 1. Come on, guys, you gotta hit better than 1. It blocks. Yeah, I mean, of course it would. Do we need to do a re-dice roll again like we did last night to reset everything? Valyria does have another action, but I don't think it's worth doing anything. Gohan says they don't want to, and yes, yeah, I think we will. Real quick, stupid roll. So Tiaga is currently going to benefit +4 because she is adjacent to our meal and in the same room as Valyria and Robert. But unfortunately, she only scored 10, which is just under what she needs. She takes another point of damage, dropping her to 3. Let's do a real quick reset roll, and I'm going to do all 8 of the dice that I've got sitting here. Reset roll. Of course it would be all skulls. Almost completely skulls. Let's see if that helps us. Tiaga sends a blast of energy at the Deep Femmer. Okay, there you go. See, it works. We need to start doing that more often. Critical hit of 3. The Deep Femmer doesn't defend a single thing. Apparently, that's the way to go. That's the secret. Rukoro, you got to remember that. Justin, you got to remember that. If you're getting bad dice rolls, do a reset roll. And apparently that fixes everything. Okay, Tiaga does have another action left, but there's not really anything for her to do. Maybe let's position her here in an effort to get her adjacent to as many heroes as possible for the next turn. Monster's turn. The skeleton swings its scythe at Robert, hitting him with a 1, which he blocks. I thought for a second there that he hadn't. The dice knocked one over at the last second. Robert then retaliates, swinging his battle axe at the skeleton and hits it with a 2, which it doesn't block. Very nice. Yes, that does seem to have been the help we needed. What else can he do? We're at a point where it's kind of silly to have him walk into the room, but he can search it. So are we doing traps or secret doors? Robert, he's doing traps. I'm glad we drew that. That makes way more sense. There are no traps in that room. Armiel would also be pretty stupid to march in there, and we made that mistake with him last time. Maybe reset roll at the beginning of every stream too, yes. Yeah. Just to kind of like wake the dice up and remind them they gotta do good stuff. Let's just put Armiel there right behind Tiaga so that he can see that Chaos Warrior there. And that Chaos Warrior is 1, 2, 3, yeah, well within the range of the Redwood Wand. Sending a blast of energy at the Chaos Warrior, he hits it with a 1. And it didn't block, at least. Chip damage better than nothing. Dropping that Chaos Warrior to 3 body points total. Valyria. I think Valyria can see that Chaos Warrior right from where she's at already. Let's pencil that and just make sure that that is true. There we go. Yeah. It's kind of hard to get the pencil maneuvered over both of their heads, but I'd say that did not pass over the wall once I had it in the right spot. Shooting out with an arrow from her short bow, she hits the Chaos Warrior again with a 1, which it blocks this time. Better than nothing. What else does she have that she could do? Now, she could Consuming Flame those two guys. We're not quite yet in that dire of a strait, though. We'll save that for now, I think. Cody says, I'll create a real nice and short pep talk for the dice reset. Yes! And Dad's here. Hey, hey. Yes, indeed. Hey, hey. It's a late one, but we're getting a quest done. We are trying to visit the spirit of Telor. Just says, I just downloaded the HQ app on my phone, and it's fine enough app for the regular rules. I don't know why people give it so much crap. Yeah, for the regular rules, for forcing regular rules, what I've always understood from it is that it's a good way to play solo. So, beats me. I've never downloaded it myself, again, because it forces, for the most part, forces regular rules, which I don't use. But I think that's a pretty good option if you can't find people to play with, or even if you're just in the mood to play and nobody else is available. Why not? Okie dokie. Tiaga, stupid roll. She is again adjacent to everybody, so this is +6. And she's good. Yep, no damage on this turn from the Dread Spirit of Melar. She is also firing a blast of energy at the Dread Warrior, hitting it with a 2. It blocks 1 and takes the other, dropping it to 2 body points left. Not bad. Be handy for her to get demon form back at some point, but at least she's getting some chip damage in on some people. Justin says you don't even really need to set up the board if you're playing alone. Just grab the cards, dice, and character sheets and be honest with yourself. Absolutely. Merlin asked me about that one time because he's considered buying HeroQuest several times, and then when he realized the app was a thing, asked if he even needed to buy HeroQuest to play it. And I didn't really have an honest answer to give him because I've never tried it, but I wondered that because it kind of seems like that. So what you're saying is kinda, right? So as long as you have some dice and some character sheets, sounds like you don't really need much else. Chaos Warrior moves forward and attacks Robert, swinging its axe and hitting him with a 1. That's kind of surprising. Robert attempts to defend. Blocks it, just barely. I'm already at the point where my hand is swollen enough that I'm struggling to pick up the dice. I think my doctor gave up on it. The one thing we tried yielded no results, and now I can't get a call back to save my life. Oh, Justin says you need the cards too. That's fair. So you do kind of need the game for that, but at least it's still like considerably less setup if you do it that way. All right, we're right back on to Robert, swinging his battle axe at the Chaos Warrior and hitting it with a 3. That's the way to go, Robert. It doesn't defend a single thing. Out of there. That reset roll has helped us 2 nights in a row now. That's definitely something we gotta keep in mind. Like Cody said, and like Gohan suggested and Cody added, we need to do a reset roll at the beginning of every stream and give him a real nice pep talk. Justin says the app assumes you aren't cheating. Yeah, that's fair. It can only police so much. Cody says, I no longer regret saving Robert. Yes. He's making it worth it. In fact, I think we will go ahead and move him in there because all he's done this turn is attack. We know there's no trap, so he's safe to do this. We'll just position him to make an attack on the next turn. Okie dokie, Armiel, the new druid. Also heading on into that room. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and he will attack the zombie from a little bit further back. Firing with the Redwood Wand and hitting the zombie with a 1. The zombie doesn't block. Damaged, but not destroyed. Whoops, I've thrown my damage marker. Armiel's having a little bit of trouble too, especially since he lost his raptor shapeshift. He's not been useless, but he's not doing a whole lot of heavy hitting. Valerna, unfortunately, he's going to leave Tiaga in the room alone, just because that's kind of what makes sense to do. She can't see the zombie without moving. Swinging her longsword at the zombie, she hits it with a 1. Okay, we're chip damaging this zombie out of here, I guess. And luckily the zombie does not defend, taking it out. Whoops. Justin says, it's also nice to have voice acting for the quest text. Yes. That's something that I would also like to have for the YouTube episodes later on. If we reach a point ever where the YouTube versions of episodes can be edited in the way that I would like to do, which is its own pretty big thing, voice acting for the quest text is near the top of the list. And I don't think I've got the voice to do it. What I need to know is somebody that has a legitimate British accent. That's not just me and Cody doing Pete and Steve Rose. Deep cut in joke that nobody in here other than Dad and me and Cody will understand. Let's see. We are indeed at Tiaga, who's doing the stupid roll. And she's getting no help here, unfortunately. And she rolled a 10, which is close, but not quite enough, dropping her to 2 body points. Cody says, I have friends from the UK. Oh, too true. I mean, technically, we have a lot of viewers here from the other side of the world, too. Being that we stream at night, a lot of the people that are in here pretty often are from the other side. That does put us in a pretty good position to figure some stuff out. One of these days. Cody says, met a guy today from Liverpool. Told him Liverpool doesn't exist and that it's a myth from the Legend of the Beatles. Yes. Not even a real place. That's great. All right, let's see. Tiaga did the stupid roll. Now she can take her turn. She is going to go ahead and move into that room. And unfortunately, in that room, her options are a little bit limited. We'll go ahead and put her right there for now. Is she going to search for secret doors, search for treasure, or open the door to the next room? I don't think I want her to open that door. Now, it's a little bit of a weird line here between am I saying that because I know what's in the room, or would a player also agree that her not having an action to do anything about whatever's in there is, and she's at the end of the turn, so she's definitely going to get hit by something. Not a good idea to open that door. Okay, yeah. Honestly, I think it just makes sense, kind of generally speaking. She would actually have an action to attack something that's in there, but she's guaranteed basically to get hit by something. So, secret doors or treasure? Secret doors is what she's doing in this room, and there are none. There we go. Drop that marker. Cody says apparently you can tour John Lennon's family house from the 60s. Wow, that would be super neat. I have been to several states within the U.S., but I have never been outside the U.S. I would, at some point, I think I'd be interested in doing something like that. But I wouldn't want to travel that far away with my kids at their current age. So that's definitely not a soon thing for me. We, back in 2019, yeah, this probably would have been 2019, the band I was in at the time was booked for a festival in Mexico that unfortunately, because of a snafu that's not worth an explanation, we ended up not having the money to do, and we had to pull out. Luckily, we knew this far enough in advance that us pulling out wasn't rude, essentially. But that would have been really neat to do. Justin says, I think tabletop sim is probably the best way to go if you were just trying to play online. Me and Cody had fun when we did it. Yep, that definitely seemed... We were talking about that maybe last night again. It was maybe the creative stream. Anyway, sometime recently we were talking about that again, the tabletop simulator thing. Okay, we are back to the top of the hero's turn. No monsters on the board. It is Robert's turn. Is he searching for treasure or leaving? He is leaving. Makes sense for him to be the one opening the doors now that he's not low on health. Opening the door into the blue room, he finds another door. A fireplace. And a skeleton, a zombie, and a chaos warrior. Oh, that's hilarious. We got that a lot. I would say that's a funny thing from whoever wrote this quest, but as I've mentioned a couple of times on stream, this particular book, I added a lot more traps and monsters to every single one of these quests because it just felt a little lackluster in terms of difficulty. So it's entirely possible that it was me that did that, putting the same grouping of monsters in the rooms. There you go, skeleton, a zombie, and a chaos warrior. And Gohan says, and a partridge in a pear tree. Yes. Oh, we got to remember that. There you go. We're going to have a Midnight Quest album before this whole thing is said and done. All the things that we've joked about recording. When it comes to Christmas time, we definitely need a Midnight Quest / Hero Quest themed 12 Days of Christmas. Cody says, it was the creative stream. I remember because Gohan yelled at me to go to bed because I was still chatting an hour after I said I was going back to bed. Yes, you're right. All right, Robert, are we checking for traps or barging? He is one to barge. That is in his personality chart. So let's double weight that. It's one of the things I'm going to try and remember to check better. Traps, barge, barge. Oh, he's checking for traps. Okay. There are actually some traps in here. Avoidable ones, but at least he knows where they are now. A couple of spear traps in here. One right here, a couple of steps into the doorway, and also one right in front of the door. Okay, so I guess I lied. Not completely avoidable. Okie dokie, our meal. Now again, I'd kind of like to have Armiel go in there, but that's only if Valerna and Tiaga are also going to go in there. So we'll take a risk here. How likely is he to die? He'll be okay as long as it's not the Chaos Warrior that attacks him. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And he is most likely to kill the skeleton, so let's have him aim at that. Cody says, I'm buying a lottery ticket. There were traps found. Yes. Oh, I was gonna tell you to play the numbers. I was trying to think of what numbers would be appropriate for this particular quest. So we're in book 4 and we're in quest 8, but if you're gonna play 4 and 8, then I feel like you kind of have to play 4, 8, 15, 16, 24, and 32, right? Does anybody understand that reference? Go on, says I failed you all. Did I say, actually, before I ask if anybody understands that reference, did I say the numbers right? I hope I did. There you go. Armiel fires at the skeleton. Ooh, and we're getting an item swap. Hitting that skeleton with a 2, and I saw you gave a potion of healing, right? Hitting the skeleton with a 2, and it is indeed dead. Okay, we'll take care of both of those. Did you specify who that potion of healing was for? Do what?
Whoever needs it
Oh, okay.
the most.
Well, it looks like Tiaga right at the moment. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Popping her back up to 6. And let's go ahead and take care of you there's redeem for the item swap. Good to see you there. Glad you're here. Hope you're doing good. Savannah's over here dying.
Choke me to death. Oh, thank you. I usually have water over here.
Okay, let's see who we got. So we're using the card suits to determine a subject. Diamonds is Armiel. Does he even have anything? He has a toolkit. So that's the only thing he has. So I guess that's what's getting swapped. You there says, just lurking, too much to do. Oh, no worries there. Totally understand that. I don't know about you, but I live my life in that state of mind constantly. And Just says, oh, I don't know if I told you I taught 2 new people how to play when I told them they could technically search a pit trap and they went out of their way to do it. Oh no. You there says, does he have anything? Not anymore, just a toolkit. So his toolkit's getting sent somewhere. It is getting sent to Valerna. Hey, that's kind of funny, actually. This worked out in a really funny way. So Armiel can no longer disarm traps. However, if you remember at the beginning of last night, now I'm dying. You there also triggered an item swap at the beginning of last night, and it was Valerna's toolkit that got sent off to Tiaga, who didn't need it. Well, now Armiel's toolkit has been sent to Valerna. So she is now again able to disarm traps, but he can't. I love that so much. The item swap ought to be innocuous, but it has been hilarious every time.
Weird how it's working out.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Justin says they tapped out the treasure deck. Oh, I bet. Searching every trap. See, that's exactly why I removed that, because I didn't want heroes jumping into traps on purpose to search them for treasure. You there says, oh, need to send her one to someone else, I guess. Yeah, exactly. We need to just keep trading it around. It'll be like the rod of telekinesis. It never stays with anybody. All right, that takes us to Valerna as it happens. So let's get her into that room to help out Armiel so he doesn't just immediately get surrounded. Now she was healed fairly recently too, right? Yes, she was. So she's not a bad option to go after that Chaos Warrior. Did she roll enough to get to it? 1, 2, 3, 4, and no, she didn't. 5. Yeah. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, let's do that, and then she can shoot at it. Because, I mean, I don't mind her attacking the zombie, but I don't want the Chaos Warrior attacking Armiel. So we'll at least put her a little closer to it. Firing from her short bow. She hits the Dread Warrior with a 2, and it blocks both. Dread Warrior's not doing it. And you this is actually, what if we get all the toolkits on one person? That would also be hilarious. Now, some of them have Toolkit Disarm, which is a natural ability that they get from building the machinery skill set. Sorry. So actually, Armiel's toolkit and Valerna's toolkits are the only two in play at the moment. But that would be pretty funny. And Cody says they get a super toolkit. Yes. Okie dokie. Tiaga, stupid roll. She is directly adjacent to Robert, so she's getting +2 on this. She's rolled a 9, so that reaches the minimum requirement for her mind points, so she's okay on this turn. Let's also get her in there to attack. Well, I guess it's going to have to be the zombie, isn't it? Not necessarily. Let's do, well, all right, we're going to card it. I can't make up a decision. Red for the Chaos Warrior, black for the zombie. There you go. Zombie. 1, 2, and 3. Swing with her broadsword. She hits the zombie with a 1. Zombie blocks. Both the monsters in this room aren't having it. You there says, yeah, if it happens, whoever has the super toolkit gets guaranteed disarm. There you go, yes. The dwarves can unlock that. Not explorers, but just a regular dwarf. So Rana, I think if she maxes the machinery skill set, she will have automatic disarm, guaranteed disarm, which is something I only did because the dwarf isn't guaranteed to go on every quest. That would be 100% broken to do that if you only had the same 4 heroes going on every quest. But being that Rana doesn't come up all that often, it's not too game-breaking. But that would be funny. I mean, if you've got 4 toolkits, I should think you're automatically disarming whatever you step on for sure. All right, monster's turn. Let's first take care of that zombie. Swinging a dagger at Tiaga, hitting her with a critical hit of 2. Ouch. Tiaga blocks 1, takes the other, dropping her to 5. Chaos Warrior is also going to attack somebody, and it could go for either Valerna or Armiel. So let's see, red is going to be Valerna, black for Armiel. That's unfortunate, but that's how it goes. Chaos Warrior swings attacks at Armiel, hitting him with a 2. He blocks 1, takes the other, dropping him to 3. He's still got that pixie spell as a little bit of insurance, so he's not too screwed. All right, let's see what's going on here. Robert, very luckily, Armiel is standing exactly where he is because Robert can't shoot, so luckily he'll be able to walk into this room. Ah, jeez. 1, 2. All right, way to undo what I was literally in the middle of saying, Robert. He would have been able to attack that Chaos Warrior if he hadn't gotten a garbage movement roll. And we could let him throw his magical throwing daggers, but I don't think we're gonna. That's pretty frustrating. Jeez, Robert. You're the best attacking hero we have in the game. And just this whole quest, he's done some good stuff. I don't want to trash him too bad, but he has been, like, kind of generally not very good this whole quest so far. Armiel. Ooh, let's show her off. Yeah, how does your foot taste? Bad. Real bad. And you there says he is Robert. Yeah. Yeah. This is true. So Savannah went ahead and painted up Honora Whitland, which is our female wizard hero who died in the very first episode. Since we went ahead and made that channel in our Discord, just talking about all the heroes, even the 2 that have died, Honora and Hogard, she went ahead and painted her up. So check this out. This is the, I believe this is the Wizards of Morcar wizard. I'm pretty sure that's what this is. Or is that just the regular old female wizard? There's not a huge difference between the Wizards of Morcar wizard and the mythic tier female wizard. No, that's definitely the Wizards of Morcar wizard. Oh, I'm looking at the male wizard. That's part of it. There's also not a big difference between the male and female wizards. Oh, nope, nope, it sure isn't. Okay, that actually is just the regular female wizard. So the Wizards of Morcar wizard is this one here. Painted a dead hero. Weird. Yes, there says main difference is the staff, right. I wonder, actually, we may have to review episode 1. I mean, if it's...
It's almost like wasted effort, but I
Oh,
couldn't
well.
stand that she was like red and everybody else is painted.
This is
That
true.
drove me nuts.
We may actually need to review episode 1. There is a small chance that I handed you the wrong mini, which would even be funnier. But then we can just use that mini for a new hero instead.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking Honora was the Wizards of Morcar wizard. So we might have to review old episode 1 to see which one Honora was. Whoopsie daisy. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move our meal back 1 just because he hits better at long range. Shooting a blast of energy from his wand, he hits that Chaos Warrior with a 1. And it does indeed take that damage, dropping it to 3 body points. All right, and that's going to take us to Valerna, who is also helping with this Chaos Warrior. Let's go ahead and move her here, because she attacks the same long and close range here. Swinging her sword, long sword, she hits the Chaos Warrior with a 2. Darn it. There we go. And it does not block either one, dropping it to 1 body point. Tiaga is going to be +2 for her stupid roll. She's not directly next to anybody. And she only rolled a 5, so unfortunately she gets hit, dropping her to 4 body points total. Cody says, and after further review, nobody was surprised when Savannah sent Luke to the hospital for giving her the wrong mini. Yes.
If I hated doing this, it would be different. But
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah. It's all right.
I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night choking to discover that she shoved the wrong mini down my throat.
I'll show you the wrong.
Yes. All right, with that, Tiaga is... she doesn't need to move. I forgot she's got broadsword access now. She swings her broadsword at the zombie, hitting it with a 2. The zombie does not defend. Get out of here. I don't know, am I legally allowed to say that? I usually only say that when a monster's super dead. Is that against the rules? I've got weird dialogue triggers like I'm an NPC. Oh no. Am I an NPC? Uh-oh.
Self-aware NPC.
I don't like this. I wasn't prepared for this realization on stream.
It was that number you said earlier, that sequence of numbers.
That's what it is. I said the lost numbers and now, now I'm screwed. Cody said man's gonna think she's choking him with a goblin and lo and behold, it's an orc commander. Yeah. Okay, that leaves us at the monster's turn with just that Chaos Warrior, who indeed could attack any of the 4 heroes. Let's see who he's going for. We're just going to use the suits and turn order. Diamonds means he is attacking Armiel. He is bound and determined to get this druid. Swinging his axe, he hits Armiel with a 3. Good thing we kept that spell for insurance, because if he doesn't defend... Okay, he blocks 2 of them, only taking 1, dropping him to 2 body points. That was a good call for keeping the pixie spell for insurance, because it kind of looks like he's going to need it. Even when we've tried to keep him a little bit more out of the way, the monsters are chasing him down. All right, Robert finds himself now adjacent to the Chaos Warrior, swinging his sword, his battle axe. He hits the Chaos Warrior with a 2. The Chaos Warrior blocks 1, takes the other. However, it is still destroyed. That was the sound the Chaos Warrior made when it died. It had some air built up in its armor, all right?
Okay. Okay.
Cody says, also, I legit only know Lost Numbers because your family was obsessed with that show. Never watched it of my own volition. Yeah. Obsessed right up until the final season. And then we got what was coming to us. I tried to rewatch it several years later, and I don't think I made it past the first couple of episodes into season 3. I've reached a point where, kind of with movies and TV, to a certain extent, the same as with video games, I've reached a stress level in my average life that I can't handle too much conflict. And so, like, every character was doing terrible things to each other, and I was rooting for nobody, and I realized I don't care if any of these people live or die. So I just stopped watching it. 126 says, I wonder what the split is in the viewers between wanting heroes to die, wanting them to live, and don't care. Yeah, true. Okie dokie, that leaves Robert with an action left, so he can search either for secret doors, treasure, or he would have to step on that trap on purpose, but he does have enough body points to take it, so I don't think it matters. And with the spear trap, disarming it is the same odds as jumping over it, so there's, kind of no reason for anybody other than a dwarf to try to disarm a spear trap. Okay, so secret doors, treasure, or leave. He's going with leave. 1, 2, 3, he steps on the spear trap. Let's see if he jumps over it. He just needs a shield of either color. He indeed is successful in jumping the spear trap, and rather handily, a spear trap disappears once it has been sprung. He opens the door. To find a wall here. A door further down the hallway. And also a couple of zombies down that direction too. Ooh, 2 zombies. I only grabbed 1. Zombie there. Zombie there. Mickle Moose is here. Good to see you, Mickle Moose. Says, can't believe I got to catch 2 seconds of the stream before I pass out. Can't blame you there. It is awfully late. Well, glad you checked in. Okie dokie. Robert, actually, I moved his dice before we were finished with the move. Is he going to search for traps before he walks out into the hallway, or is he barging? He is. Now, he does not have the action to do so, so all that means is we're going to pause him right there. Armiel, finding himself luckily not dead after getting bullied by a Chaos Warrior who is chasing him down no matter where he went. Let's see what he is doing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is he going to stop here, search for secret doors, stop here, search for treasure, or continue his movement out into the hallway? He is going to stop here and search for secret doors, and there are none. Ooh, hey, nobody searched for treasure in that wooden room. We should move somebody back up in there to do that. I'm not sure how I missed that. Whoopsie daisy. Valerna. She's got a few options. Cody says, 1 in 26, I generally don't care, but I treat it like karma. Do good, get potions. Do bad, get good, noob. Yes. Obviously, I want the heroes to live, but I do prefer them to be challenged. I don't want them to just go in and easily mow down everything that they come across, but I also don't want them to die. Come up to a challenge, be challenged, but emerge victorious. We don't get it very often in real life, so I'd like to facilitate it in my fantasy world. Let's see. Her options are search for treasure in the room she's in, go back and search for treasure in that wooden room, or don't search for anything and leave out into the hallway. She's going for leave. No treasure for Valerna. No, no, no. She is going to the hallway. 1, 2, 3. Luckily, that particular square is not trapped, but is she searching for traps now that she's out here? Yes, she is. From the wall behind her all the way down to the corner, there are 2 traps in this hallway, a spear trap and a pit trap. Look at that. They're searching for traps. They're actually finding them before they step on them. It's like we're in a fantasy world. 126 just wants to crush the pointy-eared ones. Okay, Tiaga is getting +2 for her stupid roll. Oops. I'm throwing dice. Unfortunately, again, she does not get quite enough, taking damage and knocking her down to 3. Hey, she's the one with the vial that needs to be presented to Telor's tomb, so hopefully she reaches that before she goes unconscious, or else, as Cody mentioned, they're going to be carrying her body along. Her unconscious body, at least in this case. With her turn now, she has the same options as Valerna, essentially. Search for treasure in the blue room, backtrack and search for treasure in the wooden room, or roll to leave the room entirely. And she is going to search for treasure in the blue room first. Let's see what she finds. After several pulls, she manages to pry a discolored stone from the wall, revealing a small cubby containing a pile of 50 gold coins. Nice. That's going to put us up to 1,315. Okay, her second action. Is she leaving the blue room, or is she... well, either way, she's got to leave the blue room, I guess. Is she going to go out into the hallway, or is she going to go back to the wooden room in order to search for treasure on the next turn? She is going out to the hallway, so somebody else is going to have to backtrack, I'm afraid, because Tiaga ain't doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I do believe we're going to put her behind Valerna so she's not the one who gets attacked here on this turn. Oop, I just realized I missed a wall. This wall was late to the party, but it suddenly appeared, as if the wall itself was like, oh, whoops, and then appeared. It was on lunch break. It came back. Monster's turn. The zombie approaches Valerna. 1, 2, 3. Swinging its cleaver and missing her entirely. The zombie was distracted by the wall that was on a lunch break. Cody says, yep, that's a mimic. Yeah. 126 says, what do you think of the Johnny Depp playing Scrooge? I just found out about it. Actually, I saw something on Facebook about it either today or yesterday, maybe. Didn't even know it was a thing. I'm curious for sure. I think he looks the part a little bit. If I had to nitpick, I think he looks a little too much like Johnny Depp, which is a kind of a dumb thing to say, honestly. As soon as I said it out loud, I realized it's kind of a dumb thing to say. I kind of wish he looked a little less like himself. But I have faith he'll play the character well. I'm curious what they'll do with it. That's definitely a story that's been told enough times that, like, it kind of doesn't need to be told again. So I'm curious what they'll do with it. All right, poor old Robert unfortunately cannot get out there to do anything. He can't shoot, so I guess let's have him backtrack. Since he can't do anything else useful, let's have him go do the... Oh, Robert! 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, man. That is ridiculous. Okay, well, I hope it's a wandering monster, Robert. That's what you get. 126 says, really, as long as he doesn't have to play a loon like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. Agreed. Very much agreed there. I generally like what he does with characters, but the Charlie in the Chocolate Factory was dumb. He should not have done that. They should not have made that movie. I'm fully sick and tired of the remakes, just to be honest with you. Just of everything. Not even just the Disney live-action remakes, but just kind of in general. We've got it. We've got it already. Figure out some new stuff. I know it's not making money, but that's also something we could all facilitate. 126 says, yeah, the original's a hard one to beat. Absolutely. And I take it they wanted to get a little closer to the source material, because I think I've heard that the Gene Wilder version of that movie also was not very close to the novelization, but oh well. Yeah. Gene just brought a warmth to things, yeah. Gene, okay, yeah, I get what you say, yeah. Gene brought a warmth to things, yeah. Made it a very believable character. Unhinged, but grounded somehow in a weird way, yeah. Cody says, if you want live action anything, give me Atlantis and Titan AE. Oh, Atlantis would be neat if they did it right. And 126 says the novel was much darker. Yes, I've heard that as well. Okay, Armiel is firing here at the zombie. Firing a blast of energy. He hits that zombie with a 2. All right, Armiel, that's good. Zombie blocked one and not the other, so it is damaged but not destroyed. I know what Titan AE is, but I've never been, you know, kind of like super into that kind of style of thing. So I'm only vaguely aware of its existence. I know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure, but I don't know anything about it. Oh, Valyria swings her longsword at the zombie. Misses. That is unfortunate. With her second action, we'll let her search for secret doors out in that hallway, and there are none. 1 in 26 says Atlantis, though. Disney burned all bridges with me years ago, well before the Star Wars thing. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm certain you don't need to be told 1 in 26, but you definitely did not miss much with the Star Wars thing. Oh, let's see. Tiaga. She is adjacent to Valyria anyway, so she's getting +2. Oh, dice not landing right. And that was just about as bad as that could have possibly been. She definitely takes damage and drops to 2 body points. 126 says, I've seen the memes. Yeah. When you've got the OG cast, or maybe not even the entire OG cast so much as just Mark Hamill himself talking crap about how much you've messed up the character, you really messed up. Like, come on. If you can't even do your way to consulting the original actors if they're interested and asking them about the characterizations, you shouldn't be messing with the property. Somehow Palpatine returned. Yeah. Yeah. Robert. Moving into the room. We don't even need to roll him to do that, which is good. He's gonna search this room for treasure. Let's see what he finds. A wandering monster. My hopes confirmed, apparently. A deep femur hops out of the bookshelf. We'll try and figure out how he was in there later on. And immediately attacks Robert, swinging his axe. Femurs are weird creatures in Midnight Quest. Sometimes they wear wigs, sometimes they hide in books, sometimes the creator of the world pronounces their name wrong and continues to do so. What do you do? Hits with a 3, and Robert doesn't block a single one, dropping him to 11. Problem is they had all the novels. Yeah, they had so much good source material that they just completely ignored. Cody says, one of my old band members' uncle worked on The Mandalorian, which was a cool, weird thing to know. Yeah, The Mandalorian thing is kind of the only thing they've been doing right. 1 in 26 says, it was a slam dunk. Hope he was paid well. My wife's grandfather worked as an artist for the Mouse way back when. There you go. I love listening to Adam Savage's stories. You know, the guy from Mythbusters has a YouTube channel called Tested, and he often talks about having worked for Industrial Light and Magic during the prequel era. And it's so many interesting stories. The amount of incredible talent that not only Adam has, but the amount of incredible talent of the people that he worked with, and also Adam's memory for just remembering people's names and what they do and what they were good at is mind-boggling. Gohan says they ignored the old canon stuff and started bringing it back anyway, but messed up. Yeah, no kidding. Cody says, wouldn't know, I get awkward during conversations regarding finances. There you go. Okie dokie. Robert moved in search for treasure, so that is the end of his turn. We are now at our meal, who is going to hopefully get the other damage on that zombie and get rid of it. Firing a blast of energy from his wand, he hits the zombie with a 1, which the zombie blocks. Very blocked. 3 dice, Armiel. You should have rolled better than 1. You got a 50-50 chance on each dice for a skull. Valyria, speaking of rolling better, she completely missed last turn. Swinging her longsword, she also hits with a 1. Did we skip Tiaga's turn? We definitely did the stupid roll, but I kind of feel like I didn't do anything else. The zombie did not defend that attack, so Valyria has successfully destroyed it. Okay, that leaves Valyria free to walk on down the hallway. She might as well, even though she's almost certainly going to be attacked by the other zombie. There we go. All right, Valyria's stupid roll is going to be +1 since she's in the same hallway as Valyria. Unfortunately, she didn't quite get it. She is down to 1. 126 says, I wish I had a cohort that was as obsessive as me for things. Yeah, yeah. I get that. Okay, this time Tiaga is actually going to move. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So she can try and fire here at this zombie. Firing a blast of energy from her redwood wand, she hits that zombie with a 1. We might need to do another reset roll. The zombie doesn't block it, but it is still not destroyed. 126 says, I've hunted down old music. I have hundreds of sorted playlists and one massive one for sleeping to that's full of stories and retrospectives. Nice. Oldest song I have around is from 1936, I think. Awesome. The Laughing Policeman is great. That's good stuff. I have no hope of sleeping if there is music playing. I have never been able to do that, and it would be even worse now than it was when I was a kid. Okay, monster's turn. Now, the femur up there by Robert has already attacked in this turn cycle, but the zombie has not. So the zombie swings its cleaver at Valerna, hitting her with a critical hit of 2, which she blocks. I grew up falling asleep to movies on VHS. Nice. Nothing wrong with that. I've spent, pretty much my entire life at this point training my brain to assess and dissect music, and so that process doesn't just turn off. That it has become a part of my personality that is deep set enough that if there is music playing, my brain is processing, and so it is a huge distraction. And Cody says, felt, yes. Music in any capacity is a massive distraction for me. I've reached a point where I struggle to listen to music while I drive even, because it's that big of a distraction. My brain wants to dissect, it wants to process, it wants to figure out what is happening. It is extremely insulted by any level of fake. Cody says, I have to listen to new songs and album 5 times. Yeah. It takes that many probably to stop noticing things enough to just enjoy it for what it is, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, I also enjoy the dissection process. But obviously that's not how most artists intend for you to intake their music. Robert, swinging his battle axe at the deep femur. Hitting it with a 2. And it takes both. I think it's got 3 body points though, right? You'd think I'd remember that by now, being that we've seen several of these. Yes, it indeed has 3 body points in our current difficulty. So not quite dead. Okay, moving on. Our meal. I'm gonna head out into the hallway to help with that zombie. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Firing a blast of energy from his redwood wand, he hits the zombie with a 1. Which it blocks. Look at that. 3 black shields. Wouldn't have mattered what he rolled. That zombie was not taking it. Poor Armiel. I hope he eventually gets a little bit more consistent with his hits. Valerna swings her longsword at the zombie, hitting it with a critical hit of 3. That's a little bit more like it. And it doesn't defend a single one. Cody says, I've also come to hate bass just following root notes in my old age. Yeah. I'm a big proponent of the bass doing whatever serves the song most, and I think that there is a place for following with root notes, but there's a clear difference between I'm playing this because it was the best thing for the song, and I'm playing this because I don't know how to do anything else. You know what I mean? And yeah, I'm playing this because I don't know how to do anything else indicates a skill level which maybe you shouldn't be recording bass then. You know? Valerna has a second action. Let's go ahead and have her open this door and take a peek into the room. In this room, there is a cupboard and a treasure chest and 2 Chaos Warriors. Aha, I bet you were expecting a skeleton, a zombie, and a chaos warrior, weren't you? No, nobody was expecting that. Ah, Cody enjoys the bass harmonizing guitar parts. Yes, nothing like confusing a lot of people who can't determine the chord or roots. Yes. Nothing better. Okay, now Valyria obviously can't attack twice in one turn, so she can't attack either of these Chaos Warriors. However, she could search this room either for traps or secret doors, so let's allow her to do one of those things. It is going to be secret doors she's searching for in this room, and there are none. Tiaga, by pure happenstance, happens to be adjacent to 2 heroes, so +4 for her stupid roll, but she still rolled stupid. Oops, I didn't realize she was where she was. Unfortunately, that means she is unconscious. So at least for now, Tiaga's hanging out in the hallway. So I don't know if we have any more healing redeems or if anybody is interested in that. You keep in mind, she is not dead. She is just unconscious because of her situation. The Dread Spirit of Melar is keeping her alive. She can be healed. She's not dead. But that's, of course, totally up to you guys. It's not going to hurt us if she lays there for the rest of the quest. Cody says I'm debating the heal. Yeah. Could go either way. Obviously, it would be helpful for her to be here, but you might only buy her 4 turns. But, like I said, it won't hurt us if she lays there. Okay, now that she is out of the quest for the time being, it is the monster's turn. The Deep Femmer attacking Robert will get to attack as well as one of these Chaos Warriors. We're already down here. Oh, there you go. Cody says, I'm also sick of that stupid roll. Yeah. She's got it for 2 more quests, I think. Which one of these Chaos Warriors is coming to attack Valyria? It's going to be this one. Swinging its axe. It hits Valyria with a 3. She blocks 2 and takes 1. Ooh, I think I just thought of a good use for her Consuming Flame spell, which can attack 2 monsters at once. What better place? Oh, and Gohan was about to do it too. Okay, so we'll go ahead and knock her back up to 4 body points. So at the very least, we've bought her a few more turns. And we're fairly close to the end of this one too, so we're not super far away from the end of this one at this point. There we go. She just kind of passed out a little bit, you know. Any of you ever pass out when you get blood drawn? That has happened to me once, but I have to assume that's kind of what just happened to her. She passed out hard enough to go down, but then immediately was like, whoa, what happened? Gohan says, not like I don't have the points. Yeah, no kidding. Yes. Oh, okay. That was the monster's turn. No, it wasn't. We still have monster's turn. Deep Femmer attacking Robert. Swinging its axe and hitting him with a 3 for the 2nd turn in a row. Will he defend nothing for the 2nd turn in a row? He blocked 1. He's getting slightly better. Taking 2 hits and dropping him to 9. Okay, we are right back to Robert with that Deep Femmer, and it is almost dead. It's only got 1 body point left. Come on, Robert. Swing the battle axe. He hits it with a 2. Not bad, not bad. The Deep Femmer blocks 1, but not the other, which means it is dead. All right, now Robert is quite far away from the group, so let's get him down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Finally out into the hallway, this guy. Okay, our meal. Now, there is a hallway further down. So this room is kind of a split in the path here. Now, unfortunately, our meal can't disarm these traps. Now, he could attempt to jump them, but thanks to you, there's item swap, which I love so much. He is unfortunately unable to disarm either of those traps. So at this point, we might as well have him help with the Chaos Warriors, since he is the only one of the heroes who can't do anything about those other than attempt to jump them. Okay, he sends a blast of energy at the Chaos Warrior with his Redwood Wand. Wow, hitting it with a critical hit of 3. Sorry for the pause there. Every once in a while, Armiel pulls out a good hit. Let's see if the Chaos Warrior defends anything here. Nope, not a thing. Chaos Warrior is hit with 3 and is dropped to a single body point. I didn't expect that. Way to go, Armiel. And with Valyria, yes, I do believe that this is where we want her to use this Consuming Flame spell. This is absolutely a good usage of this spell. Okay, this spell may be cast on any 2 monsters within the caster's line of sight, consuming them in magical flames. It will inflict 3 body points of damage. The monsters then roll 3 red dice. For each 5 or 6, the damage is reduced by 1 point. So this will likely kill the Chaos Warrior in the doorway. It won't kill the other one, but it will severely damage it, theoretically. Both of them consumed in magical flames. The one in the doorway attempts to fight off the flames and is partially successful, but unfortunately still perishes. The one further into the room also attempts to fight off the magical flames. Totally unsuccessful in fighting them off, taking 3 body points of damage and reducing it to 1 single body point. That's the way to go, Valyria. That's some tier 2 magic right there. She's also got another action she might as well spend searching that room for traps before anybody goes pouncing in there. There are no traps, not even the chest. Tiaga finds herself adjacent to 1 hero and in the same corridor as 2 others, so +4 for this. She's only rolled a 6, so she got really close, but she still takes damage, dropping her to 3. Do we let her be the one to try and step over those traps? Somebody's got to do it. Robert's probably the better option, just based on number of body points. Her only other option is to walk into that room and try to score the last hit on the Chaos Warrior, and if she fails, it'll hit her, and it will likely take her out. Now again, she'll still only be unconscious if that happens, but she kind of doesn't have a great option here. Okay, let's have her do the traps. Being that she is the least damage to the overall arc if she were to hit 0 body points, let's have her, we're going to try to jump the spear trap, and then if she is successful, we'll try to disarm the pit trap. So let's see what happens. She may not even roll enough to get over there. Yeah, okay. So she's good. 1, 2, 3. We are going to try to jump the spear trap. As long as she gets a shield of either color, she is successful. She is not. The spear trap unfortunately hits her, causing 1 body point of damage and forcing her to stop her movement on that square, dropping her to 2 body points. Now, she does have to stop her movement. She doesn't have to end her turn, but I don't think there's anything else she can do from there. She definitely can't see the Chaos Warrior. There's no other searching to be done in the hallway, so looks like we are at the monster's turn. Chaos Warrior, severely damaged, comes up to Valyria and swings its axe. It must be pretty angry. Yes, indeed, it hits her with a 4. And she doesn't block a single one. Man, it's a good thing that Tiaga healed her earlier, or that would have been her pretty close to dead. Well, she would have been dead other than the potion she's got. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dropped her to 5 body points. I mean, she did just light the guy on fire. There might be an argument to be made there that she deserved that just a little bit. Okay, Robert. Just kind of, excuse me, waltzing down the hallway here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he didn't get enough to jump over everybody and try that pit trap, which I totally would have done. He also cannot help with this Chaos Warrior because he doesn't have long-range attack. He could throw a dagger again, but probably not necessary. Moving on to Armiel. Armiel is very low on body points. I think it's smarter to have him try and get rid of the Dread Warrior. Armiel fires with his Redwood Wand, hitting the Chaos Warrior with a 2. I think I said the wrong name there a second ago. The Dread Warrior blocks 1, but not the other, which means it is indeed destroyed. That's a reset on our Chaos Warrior drawers there, too. Ah. I don't know if that was on camera, but you know that's a good Mountain Dew when you have to throw your head back so far that you hold on to the front of the chair while you're doing it. A true addict. Idiot. A true guy who needs to go to bed. Yes, that's right. I'm an addict. What is this simple plan in here? Jeez.
You did there.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Who was that? That was Valerna? No, that was Armiel that finished that off. So Armiel can move, but he's not going to be able to search for treasure, so let's just leave him right where he is. Okay, Valerna, can we make it to the chest? That's questionable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just barely. Made it to the chest to search this room for treasure before we head on out of here. Let's see what we got going on. 300 coins in that chest. Very nice. Puts us up to 1,615 coins total in the community wallet. Definitely worth the 2 Chaos Warrior fight there. Yeah, no, it's for real this time. Okie dokie, Tiaga's stupid roll. She's getting +3. Very nice. That she actually did succeed in not getting damaged this time. However, she now needs to try and jump a pit trap. Or try to disarm a pit trap, rather. It's too bad she doesn't have demon form, or she could just walk right over it like it's not there. Okay, we don't need to roll her for this. She steps on the pit trap and attempts to disarm it. She just needs a shield of either color, and she is unsuccessful. Falling in the pit trap, taking a body point of damage, dropping her to 1 body point. Is she going to go unconscious in this pit trap? That's the other thing that's been kind of frustrating about this quest. The heroes are making it, but they keep falling in traps. Do you guys remember how long it took them to get rid of that swinging blade trap right outside the central room? The one that was on this square right here? I mean, that took like 2 or 3 turns of all 4 heroes trying to get rid of it and just getting hit over and over. They have not been doing good on the trap disarm. Okay, Robert. Now, if everybody can get a halfway decent roll here, they can just step right over Tiaga's head because she's in the pit trap. So let's at least try and take advantage of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So Robert successfully steps over the pit trap and gets a peek down this new hallway. And down this new hallway, there is a wall. Oops, I didn't quite move the camera over far enough. There we go. Wall right here. And a door quite near the wall up into that orangish room. Now that is the end of his roll, which means he can use his action to search this hallway for something. Is it going to be traps or secret doors? He's searching for secret doors, and there are none. All right, Armiel would also greatly benefit from stepping over Tiaga's head, as long as this isn't Snake Eyes. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did he move off camera? Not quite. So also a little bit further down the hallway, and he is going to use his other action to search this hallway for traps and discover that there are none. We maybe should have stopped him a little bit earlier. Oh yes, we absolutely should have, because he 100% stepped on a spear trap. Well, that's my stupidity. There was a spear trap right here. Let's see if he jumps over that or if he gets damaged by it. He indeed gets damaged by it, because it's a trap in this quest, and the heroes can't do anything about them. This drops him to 1 body point. Now he's got a healing spell, so that he's not completely screwed if he hits 0, but that healing spell is only for 2 body points, so he is in trouble and needs to hang back a little bit. We are very close to done with this quest, however, so if he can hold out, he'll be all right. Valerna is up in the room there, and she is headed down to meet the rest of the party. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Unfortunately, not quite enough to step over Tiaga's head. Okay, Tiaga, this is a rather important roll, because it would be pretty dumb to get knocked unconscious while you're in a pit trap. Okay, stupid roll. She is adjacent to Valerna and in the same corridor as Robert, so this is going to be +3. Ugh, nope. Afraid not. Unconscious yet again. Oh, she's got a potion of healing listed here that she doesn't actually have. I forgot to erase that. She does have a potion of rejuvenation, which would put her back at 6, but that is a very expensive potion. That's a one-time use. She's kind of important to the end of the quest, though. Yeah, you know what? It's unfortunate, but I think that's what we should do. I think we're going to go ahead and have her drink the potion of rejuvenation in her inventory, which is going to give her 6 body points back. She is important to the end of the quest. I mean, it's not story breaking if she's not there, but it just kind of fits the narrative better if she is. So let's do it. Popping her back up to 6 body points and allowing her to take her turn as normal. Now, Valerna got the toolkit. Yes, Valerna got Armiel's toolkit, so she can try to disarm that pit trap. Or I guess in this case, she's just trying to jump over it, isn't she? Okay, Tiaga moving pretty good. Now, Tiaga, why couldn't you have rolled that for your stupid roll? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm quite sure she moved off camera, but she got pretty close there. Yeah. Okay, back to Robert. No monsters on the board. Let's go ahead and move the camera as far as we can over. Robert heading down the hallway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and he can't quite take his 8th move there because Tiaga's in the way. We just need to get down to that door. Armiel got a 10, but he probably shouldn't be opening any doors, being that he's almost dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's go ahead and move him on the other side of the door so that he's prepared to help with whatever might be back there. But definitely not a smart idea for him to be the one opening doors. Valerna is left to try and jump over this trap. We're not going to try and disarm it. We're just going to try and jump it. Same odds. It just doesn't get rid of it. She's got plenty enough. She just needs a shield. Yeah, we should have guessed that one. She attempts to jump over the trap, and it falls in, dropping her to 4 body points. Jeez. Oh boy, we probably all called that one, I imagine. Tiaga's stupid roll. She is +3. And she only rolled a 3. Dropping her to 5 body points. 1, 2. We are going to let her open the door, I think. In this room, there is 1 door, an alchemy bench. Oh, right, we need a card here. We're getting closer to the tomb. I think we'll swap over to a carpet here. And also 1 gargoyle. And this is not a statue, this is a fully alive and ready to battle gargoyle. I haven't seen Justin post anything in the chat for a little while. Did he fall asleep, you suppose? Justin, are you still here? Did you fall asleep at your desk? Okay, what can Tiaga do here? I mean, honestly, her best bet might be casting the fear spell that she's got. This is her last spell other than the dread spells she technically has, but would be dumb for us to use. This spell causes any one monster to become so fearful that their attacks are reduced to 1 attack dice. This spell can be broken on a future turn by rolling 1 movement dice for each of their mind points. If a 6 is rolled, the spell is broken. Yeah, I'd say this is probably a worthwhile, because even if she lands some damage by firing at it, it won't be enough to kill it, so she can preempt a little bit. Ooh, you know what, though? We think carefully about this. She has some movement left, and we don't want Robert to not be able to get to the gargoyle. He has the strongest attack, and he cannot shoot at it. So leaving her here is not a good idea. Because then on the monster's turn, the gargoyle comes up to her, blocks the doorway, and Robert can't do anything. But if we move her back one, she can't see the gargoyle to cast this spell. She doesn't know if there are traps in the room, and if she searches for traps, she also can't cast the spell. What a conundrum. Turns out she was also not the right choice to open this door, but it's not like they knew what was back there. Let's see. What would you guys do? I don't know. Anybody watching, what would you do in this situation? Does she stay here and cast the spell and then guarantee that Robert can't do anything on the next turn? Does she move out of the way and bait the gargoyle out into the hallway, even though it might attack and kill Armiel? Does she walk in there, even though she doesn't know if there's traps in there? 1 in 26 says kill the pointy-eared one. Well, the pointy-eared one's the only one who's like not even in the fight right now. Just in a pit back the hallway. I don't know. Yeah, 1 in 26 says figures. Yeah, no kidding. She's not even part of the group. She's just screwing around in a pit in the hallway last. Just like an elf, he says. All talk. Yes. But way the heck back there whistling. Yeah, no kidding. Hey, the gargoyle actually has pointy-eared too. Gohan says, I can heal someone if need be. There you go, that's true. So Armiel also has a spell that he could use to save himself. It just doesn't give him very much back. But that is kind of seeming... Well, actually, that also, even if she does that, if she does this and the gargoyle comes out here, regardless of whether it attacks her or attacks Armiel, Robert still can't get to it. So even if she goes here and the gargoyle goes here, Robert still can't get to it. So if we want Robert to get to it, her only option is doing that. $126 says kill them both. I'm still feeling like the fear spell is a good way to go, but it just really sucks that it's going to block Robert from doing anything.
I don't think that's the way to go. I wouldn't do that.
What would you do?
Move her back so it can come out.
Even though it might kill Armiel to do that. And Robert still can't get to it.
And when can Robin get to it?
If she walks into the room, even though she doesn't know if there's traps.
I'll do that. That's what I would do.
126 says cast the spell, then bravely run away. Unfortunately, if she casts the spell, she's stuck where she's at.
Move her into the room.
Savannah votes for moving into the room. She could also stop here and search for traps, and then she would know. But again, then she's stuck in the doorway. It's guaranteed it attacks her at full strength, and Robert still can't get to it. So 1 in 26 says cast the spell. Savannah says walk into the room. We need a tiebreaker. I know Gohan says just kill Robert. 1 in 26 suggests rolling a dice. That's a good point. That's the tiebreaker. Bunny has cast the spell. Yeah, the bunny rabbit dice. Well, in that case, we have to get an OG HeroQuest dice so that we might actually see the bunny rabbit. Although, the bunny rabbit is a 1/6 chance, which is not very good. And we only have 2 options. Actually, so Skull or Shield gives us what we're looking for there. It's all supposed to be random, true. Okay, we're gonna roll a dice. If this is a Skull, she's gonna walk into the room even though she doesn't know if there are traps. If this is a Shield, she's gonna cast the spell and stay right where she's at. Now, either of these options mean that she's gonna cast the spell, because even if she walks in the room, and even if there's a trap, and even if it hits her, she can still cast the spell. So either option involves her casting the fear spell. Really, the question is she going to walk into the room or stay where she is? Skull, she walks into the room. Shield, she stays where she is. Uther says you guys need to paint your furniture. Yeah. I can tell you, I refilled the 6 dice bags last night after the stream, and 3 of the 6 dice bags have furniture in them. So we're definitely getting some furniture painted in the near future. I might even go so far as to say, and take this with a grain of salt because my memory is terrible, Alchemy Bench might have been one of the ones that's in there. Yeah. Okay, here we go. And this is an OG Hero Quest dice, so it's not going to show up real well on the dice cam, but let's see what we get. Skull, she walks in the room. Shield of either color, she stays where she is. That is a white shield, my friends. So she is staying where she is and casting the spell. All right. So the fear is cast on the gargoyle, which means it can only attack with 1 dice, and it can only... Okay, I can only attack with 1 dice. However, it can also try to break the spell on its next turn. So it can't do it immediately, which is an important distinction. That means we get at least 1 turn of 1 attack dice, but then it can try and break the spell. And it is indeed the monster's turn. Excuse me. So the gargoyle, while it is fearful of Tiaga after that spell, approaches and attacks her, still managing to hit her with 1. And she doesn't block it. Tiaga, come on. I used up a healing spell so that you would make it to the end of the quest. All right, and that takes... Oh, now that that's done, we can roll it. How many mind points does a gargoyle have? I said that very Dark County-esque. Gargoyle. All right, 4. So 4 dice. If there is a 6 on any one of these dice, it is free of the fear spell. No 6, so it remains fearful for another turn. There's the nose blowing. Yeah, you know what? Just for you there, because I haven't done it on stream for a while. Let's get the real thing going. Gohan's got the emote going on in there too. Oh yeah. That's the good stuff. You guys all did just resubscribe recently, so that's well deserved. What a strange thing to say. Okay, Robert is moving up, and as aforementioned, can do nothing right at the moment until Tiaga gets out of his way. He could throw some magical throwing daggers, but he's not going to kill it. I might be more inclined to do that if it would make the difference between killing the guy. Okay, Armiel can shoot at the guy, blasting with his redwood wand and hitting the gargoyle with a 2. The gargoyle doesn't defend either one of those. I'm having all sorts of trouble saying gargoyle for some reason. Let me review stats. Now this is just a regular Hero Quest gargoyle. However, our level 3 difficulty gives it an extra body point. So it should be 4 attack, 5 defense, 4 body points. But I just want to confirm that because my memory is garbage. There I almost said gargoyle instead of garbage. Yes, that is correct. 4 attack, 5 defense, 4 body points. Uther says good times. And Gohan says premium. Yes. That's all they're here for is the nose blowing. Just the not the quests, not the monsters, not the creative streams. It's the nose blowing. Premium content, that's right. In 30 years, when everything has changed and Twitch isn't even a thing anymore, you'll be sitting around. Let's see. Oh no, we got another item swap. You guys are going to be sitting around. Most of us are going to be in rocking chairs in an old folks' home by then going, hey, you remember that old streaming thing where that idiot would blow his nose and say a bunch of dumb stuff? Okay. Item swap. Let's see. Who is the target? The target is Armiel. Okay, we're going to redraw that. Armiel doesn't have anything.
Back in my day, we had to pay people to blow their nose.
Yeah. The target is Robert. He has 2 magical throwing daggers, a potion of magic resistance, and an elixir of life. So that is 4 potential items. The second item is one of his magical throwing daggers, and that is being transferred to Armiel. You win some, you lose some, Armiel. You might have lost your toolkit, but now you've got a magical throwing dagger. Congratulations, my friend. Always handy. Uther says, I felt bad. I took away his only item. Yeah. That's what it was. You could probably disarm traps with a knife, with a magical knife at that. All right, poor old Valerna over here. She's so poor I forgot her name for a second. She's stuck in the pit trap, but she can just get out of it. There's no need to disarm it at this point. Let's just get her out of there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Headed down towards the hallway, towards the rest of the group. However, not close enough to actually be of any use right at the moment. And we are now at Tiaga, who needs to start with her stupid roll, which is going to be +5 in the current situation. She's rolled a 6, so that is minimum requirement for no damage. So I think now we are going to hit and run with her. So she is going to swing her broadsword at the gargoyle, hitting it with a 2. And again, this gargoyle does not defend at all. That is wild. Oh, yeah, that's death, isn't it? Yeah. 4 damage total. Lucky. We should keep this spell out. We need her for every quest, and I keep accidentally putting stuff of hers away. Yeah. It's all right. Normally, I'd be a little bit more disappointed about the monster going down that easy, but they have had a tough quest, just kind of in general. Okay, with that, we actually don't need to have her run anywhere, but we probably should roll to see if she's going to search this room, because she went out of her way to not go out of fear of traps earlier. So is she going to search this room for traps before she walks into it? No siree. No trap search for her, not a single, except she's stepped on a spear trap. All right. Is she hit by said spear trap? I think we all know the answer. Oh, okay. Prove me wrong. It's the end of the quest. She has hopped over the spear. Yeah.
She's kind of short.
Maybe the spear trap was just set so high that she didn't have to do anything. Okay, let's see.
Robert behind her and killed her.
Yeah, there you go. That is the end of that turn. She attacked and then moved, so there was nothing else she could do. Back to Robert, who wasn't able to hit the gargoyle, but apparently also wasn't needed to hit the gargoyle. Is he going to search for traps before they walk in there? Because just because she jumped 1 doesn't mean there aren't others. Nope, he is also not searching for traps. 1, 2, and 3. Luckily, no trapped squares there. Is he going to search for traps, search for secret doors, search for treasure, or continue his movement through the door? The last one. Opening the door, Robert finds the true resting place of Telor the Wizard. Telor's tomb. No monsters. Is he going to stop here and search for traps in the new room before he walks in? Yes. Does he have the action for that? Yes, he does. There are no traps in Telor's tomb. Armiel. No longer any point in searching for traps in this room. They've now stepped on every relevant square. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is he going to search for secret doors, search for treasure, or continue his movement into Telor's tomb's room? He is going to search for secret doors, and there are none. Valerna is kind of lagging behind everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, and has elected to continue to do so. She could search for traps where she is, but there's no point. Again, they've stepped on every relevant square, so we won't bother. Tiaga, stupid roll. She is getting +3. She's only rolled a 5. Unfortunately, that means she gets hit, dropping her to 3 body points. Now, we do need to search for treasure in the room she's in, but let's... Nah, I'd actually kind of rather end the quest on her walking into the room. So let's do that treasure search. 1 in 26 says, see, elves. Yeah, she didn't get in there at all, did she? Oh yeah, there is a special treasure in this room as well. A random spell scroll on the desk. So for this, we will get out our pile of spell scrolls and we'll draw a card and go down that many. We're gonna go to card number 3. 1, 2, and 3, which is a pass-through rock spell scroll. Probably not the most handy thing ever in the world, but it might come in handy every once in a while. Just allows this, whoever is holding this, to cast pass-through rock, just as if it were a normal spell. The benefit of a spell scroll is that any hero can use it. You don't have to be magical to use this, and also it's an item. It's not necessarily a spell. So you could cast this and still have both of your actions left. That is now in Tiaga's inventory. 126 says, are you wrapping up for the night again? Almost. And you there says, not if we summon a difficult monster. This is true. We are, so the end of the quest here is in this red room. And it ends as soon as Tiaga walks in there, essentially. Which she is about to do. Okay. So as if we were playing a video game, her walking into the room, the bearer of the talisman and the holder of the vial that is to be presented to the tomb of Telor, essentially triggers a cutscene, if you will, and we will go ahead and move everybody in here for this. Let me pull the paper out too, because this text is small and my eyes are bad. 126 says triggered is a flag, or triggered a flag, yeah. Okay. The tomb begins to glow blue. The air chills as the spirit of Telor rises from the stone effigy. The wizard looks to the bearer. I bid you welcome, my friend. The spirit's face quickly tightens to a terrible stare. There is no welcome left to you, dread spirit Melar. Long ago did you relinquish what good was left in you. Be warned, harm not this hero. The spirit of Telor turns to all in the room. You must journey to the halls of the High Mages and Kalos. There you will find the magic you need to tear Melar from his sanctuary and save your companion. The spirit chants gently, then fades back into the stone. The bearer loses 1 mind point. Apparently, Telor also had fake teeth. Excuse me as I stumble over every word in the sentence. Okay, so that is going to help Tiaga just a little bit with her stupid roll. She is now down to 10 mind points instead of 11. So that's going to help her out a little bit. And also we have what we need for the next quest. So we need to travel back to Kalos, where the heroes defeated the Witch Lord, to enter a building called the Halls of the High Mages, where we will hopefully at some point find what we need to deal with Melar's dread spirit. But that is indeed the end of the quest for tonight. So let's get some cleanup going. There we go. And we'll talk about some gold and some skill sets, and then we will get on out of here. Yeah, it was just about right on the timing, too. I think I said at 2 a.m. last night that we would probably finish around 2 a.m. tonight. It was a little longer than that, but not by too much. So clean up all the items other than Tiaga's stuff. Unused spells and skills. Didn't end up using the Treasure Hunter Tier 2 spell. They were struggling hard enough without all the extra stuff. The Treasure Hunter skill essentially allows you to draw 3 treasure cards every time you search for treasure. But it's only 5 uses, I think. But you have to take all 3 cards. So if it's 3 traps, you take all 3 traps. If it's 3 wandering monsters, you get 3 wandering monsters. So it's a gamble, but it also could give you some pretty good stuff there. Okay, so surviving heroes get 50 coins apiece, which usually means we get 200 coins at the end of the quest. That's going to pop us up to 1,815 total gold. Surviving heroes also get 2 skill set points, which they must use immediately. There are 6 skill set categories, 10 levels in each category. Each hero class benefits from those levels differently, and there is not always a benefit for every level. Also, these skill set points contribute to general quest difficulty, as we use this to track how experienced the heroes are. The more experienced a particular group of heroes is, the harder the monsters are. You there says it's the best path to go down. Yes. Yes, indeed. Okay, so let's talk what happened here. So Robert Tylan first, our berserker. He kind of had an off and on quest. You know what I mean? He struggled. He got beat down to almost nothing. He would have survived, but definitely was helped greatly by Cody's redeem of the Potion of Restoration, putting him back at full and allowing him to cut loose a little bit more rather than play it safe. So he's got a lot of body points, but he was defending like garbage. This was his 16th quest. Definitely putting him in the upper area of experience. His first... One second, I just realized there's a bit of stuff here that I forgot to transfer from his old character sheets when we gave everybody new sheets the other day. There we go. His first point tonight is going to be Machinery level 7. Either says 3 treasure cards, go through the treasure deck so much faster. Yes, very true. Very true. Now I'm curious, you there, when you play, do you allow each hero to search the room for treasure? Because that's been a point of debate around here for a long time. It seems in the original rules, at least in the American version, that they are saying that each hero can search a room for treasure. Now I've never played like that. Again, kind of for the reason you said. You there says no, it slows down too much. Agreed, same. You go through the treasure deck too fast. Most of the time it's going to be negative if you allow that, and also it slows the game way down, because now you'll have some groups of players sending all 4 heroes to every single room, even if the hero was on the other side of the map, just to get maximum treasure. So I've always done it, 1 treasure search and the room's done. You can't search it more than once, unless there's more than 1 chest. I'll let them search each chest individually. Okay, Machinery level 7 for Robert. Now, he doesn't get much out of Machinery being a berserker. Indeed, no reward for level 7. He doesn't get anything else until he maxes Machinery. His second point is going to be Machinery level 8, so he's working towards it, at least. So no specific benefit for Robert this time, but he's working towards some good stuff. Armiel. This was Armiel's first ever quest, and boy did he get the snot beat out of him. He was down to 1 body point by the end there. Lost his raptor form fairly early on in the quest. He pulled out some good maneuvers every once in a while, so he wasn't totally useless or anything, but he did get a lot of just like 1 skull hits which monsters defended. So I wish he had done a little better, but overall not a terrible showing for a first ever quest. Euler says going through the treasure deck is fine, but everyone sticking together to search every room for treasure each is annoying. Yeah, yep. I do the treasure deck a little bit differently than the real game does too, being that I've got, oh gosh, there might be 700 or 800 cards there. I used to know the exact count, but there's a lot. Carefully balanced, of course, but we don't reshuffle it every quest. We draw it until every card has been drawn, and then we shuffle it and start over. So yeah, getting through the treasure deck isn't a super big deal, but it's also, I use that as a kind of a push for the heroes to use whatever potions they have, because potions stay out of the deck until they're used, and then they go back in the discard pile. So the more potions the heroes hoard, the more likely they are to get something negative out of that treasure deck. Uther says, I don't balance the deck at all. I get a new expansion and just add it. Nice. I didn't start balancing until I had a bunch of the base set. So there was a point before I reprinted cards that there were 6 base sets worth of cards there, plus all the expansion stuff. So it did get to be a little too much. So I was having, this was back when Merlin and I were playing every single week, and he was only searching for treasure at my insistence. he was often starting to say, I don't want to search for treasure, it's bad every time. And so that made me think, okay, well, I need to do something about this because I don't want him intentionally not searching for treasure just because he's worried something bad might happen. So then I balanced it a little bit better, and I determined that there was a lot of traps and monster cards in there. So it's tipped a little bit towards good stuff, but only because as they keep potions, it tips towards bad stuff. You there says, oh yeah, I just have one of each. Right, so it probably naturally balances a lot better there. Okay, what does Armiel benefit from? Honestly, he benefits from everything. He's pretty good to go down all of the paths. Oops. For skill sets. So his first point ever is going to be Magic Skill level 1. Now Magic Skill gives the magic users the ability to get more powerful magic as they move down. I don't think anybody gets something for level 1. No, he won't get something until level 4 here, but it's definitely a very worthwhile skill set to move down for his character class. His second point is also going to be Magic Skill. So Magic Skill level 2, again, no reward for that, but he is definitely working towards some very good stuff, some very helpful stuff for himself there. Not bad. Looking forward to getting him back again, but hoping he does a little bit better next time he's on a quest. Valyria. Valyria also did pretty good this quest. She had a couple of weird things happen to her. And she was kind of useless at the end of the quest, but it kind of worked out. This was her 16th quest total, just like Robert Tylan. She's one of our OGs. She was actually the first hero, the lead hero in episode 1. So the very first quest we ever did, which was what Avalon Hill calls New Beginnings. She was the lead hero on that quest. So the very first ever hero turn on Midnight Quest ever was her. So she's definitely an OG. Her first point tonight is going to be Constitution level 8. Constitution gives you more body points, and there is no reward for level 8, but she will get a body point at 9 and 10. So she's working towards maxing out Constitution. And her second point is Magic Skill level 7. Let's see if she gets anything for that. No. Okay, so she's going to get something at level 10. So when she maxes out Magic Skill, she'll get tier 3 spells. Very, very powerful spells. So again, she is working towards some really good stuff. Are we going to have no actual benefits given to heroes? They're just working towards stuff. You there says, but it is weird getting some of the expansion cards and they're just like, you get this thing. What is this thing? Yeah, I have that a lot too. Several of the expansion dread spells I've like not really ever read before, and so it's weird when they've come up. We had something like that one time. I think one of the times you summoned a dread spell, what I drew out of there was Dread Lights, maybe, which is something from Rise of the Dread Moon, I think. And I had never, beyond when I typed that text to remake the card, I had never used it. I had never really looked at it. When we drew that card, I had no idea what to expect that it was going to do, which is kind of funny. And to this point, I actually don't remember what it does still. I remember that we used it. It was helpful. It buffed the monster somehow. I just don't remember how. Okay, finally, Tiaga used up both of her potions in this quest, so that we may want to consider buying her another one before the quest on Monday. This was her 20th quest, making her by far our most experienced hero because she's been required to go on all these quests. Her first point tonight is going to be Kings Are No Help. There we go. Machinery level 6. Machinery has to do with trap disarm. And she is not going to get anything in machinery until level 8. We seriously might have no actual benefits given tonight, which would be hilarious. And her second point is going to be machinery 7. So yeah, literally not a single benefit given to any hero. They're all just working towards stuff, which I don't think that's happened yet. That's kind of funny that nobody actually got anything out of the skill sets this time. All right, so definitely some advancements in the storyline tonight. So we visited the spirit of Telor, the original wizard who helped defeat Zargon in the First War. He has helped Tiaga's stupid role be slightly less stupid, and he has given us a clear objective for the next couple of quests, which is get to the halls of the High Mages in Kalos, and there will be something in there that will help remove Melar from the Talisman of Lore. So that is going to be our goal for Monday night. So tomorrow night we're going to be doing a painting stream. So Savannah's going to be painting. What are you going to be painting? Ogre Commanders, right? The last thing that got drawn out of the deck. Are you doing the Raptor yet?
I mean, I can,
Well, either way.
but I haven't prepped that one yet.
Gotcha.
These guys are ready to go.
So she will almost definitely be doing the Ogre Commanders, which are a big dude. So she's also likely to just be working on the Ogre Commanders. It'll be remain to be seen whether she finishes it, because it's a big dude. Check this big ugly dude out. I don't even hardly need to go to the camera to show you that, the board camera. We will, but here you go. Look at that big dude. I think we did this last night too, but just for reference.
This is a goblin.
A goblin archer. Oops, I'm still not quite putting him on an even playing field. So nice big dude right there, that's for sure. So that's what Savannah's going to be working on tonight. If you happen to be watching right now and you are not following us here at Midnight Quest, please consider doing so. We really appreciate it, and it helps us out a lot. We have been enjoying quite a bit of upward growth recently, and it's been really awesome to see. So thank you everybody who has already followed, and a big special thank you to everybody who has subscribed to the channel. We've blown up in the 2.5, almost 3 months that we've been doing this, and it has spurred us on to keep doing it night after night. It has been absolutely fantastic, and we can't thank you guys enough. You can also go check out Midnight Quest on YouTube. So we have a YouTube channel where we post all of the previous Quest episodes, all the previous painting streams, and daily shorts. Those daily shorts are also posted on TikTok and Facebook. If either of those are more your thing, you can go follow us and subscribe and all that content creatory stuff on all of those platforms. Again, anything that you do, any second that you spend watching our content, we really appreciate it. So thank you again. I say it, thank you so much at the end of these. I feel like I ramble, but it's because we seriously do mean it. Thank you guys. So we appreciate you guys hanging out. We appreciate everybody in the chat hanging out. We had a new emote last night, another new emote tonight. So it's been hilarious and great seeing those emotes being used in the chat. So that's awesome. Keep that up for sure, guys. So we will catch you tomorrow night for a painting stream. I will catch you again on Monday night for the next quest. Don't forget, in case you don't know, we do stream every single night of the week at midnight Eastern Time. Quests on Mondays, Tuesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, painting streams on Sundays and Wednesdays, and a hangout/creative/lore stream on Thursdays, all Eastern Time. If you go to the schedule tab on Twitch, that will automatically change that over into your time zone if you're curious what that is. So definitely go check out whatever's going on. And we will catch you guys then. We'll see you later.